Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, May the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Okay, yeah, guys. So disclosure, ZVO, I'm in this one at 110, just in case it does a CBIO like yesterday. Same sort of a press release, asset, what do they call it? An asset purchase. Actually, they purchased. It looked like CBIO actually divested. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Obviously, if it gets closer it gets to one, I'm out of it. But I'm in at 110 for this ZVO and see if it has any sort of a lift in it. And what's this? Yeah, 29 million. It's very similar to CBIO yesterday in terms of the number of shares outstanding. Also, yes, 27 million. Again, I don't know if it's going to do anything remotely like CBIO, but I thought it was worth a shot. No, I'm short nothing. I looked at Snap. Now, well, let's start talking about stuff. Snap. Hard to believe that Snap is pulling down the whole market, but but anyway, Snap. Yeah, Snap. They have guided, even though they released not that long ago, earnings not that long ago, but they're guiding extremely poorly now, extremely poorly. And that is bringing everything down. I wish, look at the ANF. Yeah, I was short this one yesterday, but it was very erratic and released earnings this morning. And look at this plunge from 26 down to 18. That is ANF, retailer. AEO is following suit. It's on an earnings play. They almost feel, probably won't, but almost feel like just taking a short here. May the 26th, that is a couple days from now after hours. But I just can't bring myself to shorting or to holding something overnight through earnings. But anyway, there's AEO also being dragged down. Now, on the positive side, let's see, I'm just looking at this as ZVO. On the positive side, SWTX. So this is starting to fade a lot here. This got up to $50. This is phase 3 data, 31 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. This is phase 3, very positive phase 3 data for their drug, but it is starting to fade now. SWTX. Look at UPST now. UPST is now under 40. UPST under 40. Again, this is the one that had the disastrous earnings on what day was that? The 10th, May the 10th. Yeah, Snap just continued. Snap is bringing down PINS also. PINS, interest, is getting very close to a potential support area. RBLX, so many are gapping down. We're going to have a gap down market this morning. RBLX, another one, no specific news. Well, Pinterest is just accelerating its move down now. PINS accelerating its move down. Now you would maybe 1833, and 1832. Couple of lows looking left on the daily chart. Will that hold it? It's not an earnings play, but it's just a sympathy move down along with Snap, of course. Woof, though, WOOF. But you've got to think all these are going to be faded at some point. This is an earnings play, May the 20th, yeah, pre-market. So actually a decent reaction to earnings. And I actually looked at Best Buy, BBY, is an earnings play also, but no big, well, it's starting to move now. When I first saw it, it was, I mean, it's been very erratic, got up to 80 and now down to 70. Wow. So this is Best Buy, BBY, earnings play. You would think this is going to start to fade also. Excuse me. Another one, INMB is a gap down. This is almost an all-time low, getting closer and closer. INMB, don't see any specific news. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, clinical hold. So there is a clinical hold put on their trial. So that is the big news for this 33% gap down. So it's a clinical hold. Yeah, ZVO has to get back into the teens, I think. And then it might hold on there and might move from there. Otherwise, I'm just going to turf it. Yeah, this INMB. So that is a massive gap down here, guys. And it's underneath 5. Sort of a pretty psychological number to break through. The low is 450, looking left on the monthly chart. All right, guys, I'm out of the Zevo. Okay, out of the Zevo. I'll look at it again if it's back into the teens. I'm just going to put an alert up here around 114. So it took a little loss on the Zevo. This what a cheap buyout. CTEK, in case you're wondering, is a buyout. They've entered into a definitive agreement to be acquired for 17.5 million, $17.7 million. And a cheap buyout here for CTEK. You see the action for Zoom after hours yesterday, guys? Wild. So Zoom, ZM, released earnings after hours, had a big pop up to 108. And then it faded. Looked like it was trying to base around here. And it's still kind of, but look at this pop after hours. We were watching this, well, some of the guys at Trade Ideas, myself, were watching this one as it popped up here and it held. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart. So it's not like it just collapsed immediately. It was still up in this 105 area for quite a while. Okay, GOVX. Didn't have this one really on my, yeah, you're right. Lots of volume coming in. It's still down for the day, but there is volume coming in. You're right. So this is not so much a monkeypox. This is more of a cancer vaccine patent. Okay. Give me a moment here as I. So let's take a look at Snap. I mean, we're almost at an all-time low. Yeah, this is a, I am not a social media guy at all, okay? And so I've never used Snap. I've never, well, I think my wife uses Pinterest every now and then, but not a long time. Um, so I really don't know what Snap is all about. I mean, I can read what it does, but hard to believe that, this is tanking the market though. I think it's any excuse. Yeah, I mean, this Evo, I might get back in if it gets back over the 114 mark. I think traders are just looking, they're just remembering CBio from yesterday. It's similar press release, except I think they sold and I think they received money. I think that the difference is with the Zevo is that they actually bought. So there is a difference, but it was an asset purchase. So I thought I'd take a flyer on it. All right, it is 9:12, so I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Hmm. Boy, there's not much happening with the analysts this morning. Taking an early, I guess in the States, it's a holiday on Monday, right? Next Monday, Memorial Day. Taking an early break, but there's hardly any action. Well, wow, look at SWTX just getting absolutely creamed here. Absolutely. It's gone negative now, guys. That's crazy. I mean, this was up to $50 on their positive phase three, but as one of the posters, monkeypox blanket. Look at this. Wow. Nice short if you got this one. Incredible. Okay, there are the upgrades, guys. Not very much, no, hardly any upgrades and hardly any downgrades. And again, this is from briefing.com. I'm sure there are obviously more upgrades and downgrades out there, but this is just from briefing.com. Just when you think you've seen it all, I mean, that is crazy, crazy action. I mean, I get it that maybe it's ahead of itself, but I mean, it is phase three. If I going from 44 all the way down to 30, just like that. See if there's any other news on this one. I mean, this is the news. This is the news that got it rolling here this morning. Trading higher after the company announced achieved primary and all key secondary endpoints. Phase three. I mean, it is phase three. Man, maybe a secondary, but it just seems it's a very strange action. Very, very strange action. Here's another one, guys. I noticed this one, but it was so choppy. But anyway, ROIV, decent volume. It's up 12%. See if there's any specific news. There is some news on this one. Okay. All these different illnesses out there, whatever you want to call it. Plaque psoriasis. So the FDA approved, the company has a subsidiary, and the FDA approved it a cream, and that is for ROIV. So keep an eye on this one. If it holds 4, it's a huge float though, almost a third of a billion in the float. So that is a big float. This is not a low float situation. And I only mention that because it's going to take a bunch to move it, though it did get up to 470. All right, excuse me. So 9:17 now. So let's take a quick look at the sectors and see what's happening, the major sectors. So I'm going to click on, from our toolbar, click on the dot channel bar, and now I'm going to click on the sector status. Haven't looked at oil prices this morning. Okay, so obviously oil dropped a bit overnight. So what you're seeing here, again, if you're new to what I'm displaying, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up the sector, XLE. That 100%, what that means is 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Do a quick look to see what oil is doing this morning. Yeah, I mean, it's not really down much. It's so there was no strong sector this morning, not even energy. So there was no strong sector at all this morning. Look at communications, 100% of them are down also from yesterday's close. Tech, only 13% of them are up from yesterday's close. As we speak, we're just going to all change. Look at that bounce for SWTK or SWTX. Boy, that is a scary one. Look at the bounce. SWTX. X, and pronounce it better, 31 to 37. I mean, it's relatively low float. I mean, that's a 31 million in the float, so that is pretty low for a 30 odd dollar stock, but still. There are not a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 45,000. I see that Siga. Siga looks like these are dead. I see Moderna is entering. I think somebody mentioned that yesterday, but Moderna is entering the monkeypox vaccine business. I think I saw that. Yeah, here we go. I don't know if that was, what day is it now? 24th. So I don't know if that happened yesterday or this morning. I mean, there is, I don't know if they also announced that yesterday is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's a great comeback. That's a huge comeback. I mean, this was quite negative. I did see it this morning. I was thinking, okay, what are these monkeypox vaccines going? But I guess this is now not a monkeypox play anymore. This is a cancer play. And this is a low float, 9 million in the float. The high yesterday, 291. Boy, this is just absolutely rippage now. I mean, it's almost at yesterday's high, 286. Why not? Just take an alert at 286 at yesterday's high. Not that I would normally be, but glad I was not stubborn on the ZVO. Had my manageable little loss on it rather than think, it'll come back. It may come back later, but not interested now, that's for sure. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, this GOVX, it's almost at yesterday's high now. Yeah, no shorts available for me either. You're saying hard to borrow for you, Zach. So no shorts at Interactive Brokers. And there it is. Just taking out yesterday's high now. Ha! Beyond Meat guys having a bit of a. Are you kidding me? I hate to even mention this, but you know why it's popping? I hate to mention it. You're going to do it though, aren't you, John? Well, it's got to be mentioned. Kim Kardashian is featured in a new campaign. Oh God, as the company's first chief taste consultant. Oh my goodness. Announced that professional tastemaker, icon, and entrepreneur Kim Kardashian, a professional tastemaker. Well, anyway, there's Beyond Meat, guys. BYND. I'm disgusted. I am totally 100% disgusted. But that's the reason. You got that, Timothy. You've absolutely got that right. I just cannot understand the fascination with these those. Anyway, I don't want to get on my soapbox on something like that. Not my place in this room to do that. But anyway, we just all we have to, we're just reacting to this news then, quote unquote news for Beyond Meat. It's good to know why. Easy, 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 easy on that one, Vicky. I got to delete that one. Okay, and here's another one that's starting to gap down. Wow, what happened here? CSGP? What the heck happened here? All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on this SWTX. I mean, this is what's the spread like on this thing? It was terrible, 22.45 for something that is so choppy, but interesting to see if this gap up holds, gap up from here. Yeah, it's not so much stupid people, it's the media fascination. It's not, I mean, yeah, every country has, if you want to call it stupid people, just the media fascination with these people. But anyway, let's not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Snap continues its descent. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, pins and Snap continuing down. Thank you, William. Yeah, it's less than a minute to the open. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, pre-market's a little bit different, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. My recommendation, if you're new to trading, look at, by the way, FSR. I was just going to mention this one. FSR is dropping in a big way also. 350 mark, 350 mark, $350 million financing, up to $350 million. JP Morgan, Cowen. Oh, I see. They may sell shares from time to time, getting proceeds of up to $350 million. All right, we're now open. Well, Dak, you and I, the importance of stops. Look at that ZVO now. Wow, what a crazy action for this SWTX. And we have our first halt of the day. DPSI, been an active one. DPSI just got halted on the way up. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get a lifetime low now for Snap. Hard to believe that would happen, but you never know. 581 now, I guess it's not going to happen. So we're now, look at pins on Snap, guys, showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early for me, though, a little early. You know, had they been all-time lows, I would have probably taken them, but I'm just a little too conservative to do it right now. All right, market. So the Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down, of course, as we knew was going to happen. Let's see what happens in this first 15-minute candle for the SPY. All right, Beyond Meat, are you just going to fade now? Completely and utterly fade? BYND? GovX, guys, GOVX is now just about at yesterday's high. I'm sorry, the pre-market high. Okay, Beyond Meat. Okay, Beyond Meat, die, BYND. I shouldn't allow emotions to come in. I don't know, just bad feeling about it. I read the news. Well, Snap now at that whole number, 14. Yeah, AMC, I just saw AMC was dropping also. Ah, Beyond Meat. Full disclosure, guys, I know I don't normally take a trade in the first 15. This was a totally emotional trade for me. Totally emotional. Yeah, Sega is just getting crushed here. SIGA just getting crushed. And the next low looking left is 885. So that's about $1 away. All right, guys. Wow, SIGA. Yeah, just I didn't take this short. I did not take that short. Well, I guess I should have been a little less conservative. Look at the pins, PINS. 1825 was the alert. It was just a little too early for me. Come on, take out 25. Talking about Beyond Meat, BYND. Snap holding 14? No, not really. Okay, guys, I've covered some at 25, just in case it really struggles at 25, and that is the Beyond Meat, BYND. Well, look at the two here, guys. I didn't take them. I thought they were just a little too early for me. But look at this PINS 1825 in the alert 1775 now. Snap 1411 and 1388. These two trading in tandem. This is from the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I guess I should have been a little more aggressive here, but I just have my rule about not wanting to trade in the first 15 minutes unless these have been lifetime lows. And I know I made an exception for the Beyond Meat, but that was more of an emotional one. All right, guys, I am now just kind of waiting just a bit now for the next big one. Another halt, guys. What is this one? Being halted on the way up. SPRC. Not very much volume yet. Look at that float. You know what? This could be the crazy one. Look at that float. 2.9 million in the float, and see if there's any specific news. Sees positive profile results in trial for whatever Can-Amide is. All right, the psychedelic molecule for alcohol consumption. Well, why not? So here's SPRC. So it just got halted on the way up. Israeli stock. This could go crazy. Here's another one that got halted. LLL got halted. Oh man, SIJA just getting trounced here. I find, ANF is just that's what it did to me yesterday. I had a nice little short going on this one, and then it popped up and got out. ANF, big earnings play, $26 down to 17 or 18, and now having a bit of a pop here. Just a minute, please. Okay. Wow, look at Lyft, guys. Look at LYFT. Wow, just a steady drop on that 2-minute chart. We're almost there. The first 15 minutes are in now. Okay. Now we're going to start seeing some of the gap continuation. All right, gold beyond meat. And again, I'm sorry if anybody played the bounce on it, or a little bit of a bounce on it. I mean, it's almost gone back to flat. All right, guys. Well, Wolf is starting. This is a gap up and reverse now for Wolf. Okay, gap up and reverse for Wolf. Look at this, 1631. It's an earnings play, but just check the market out. Oh, you fade most of these pops here. The low yesterday was 1441. Oh, another little drop. Can you go negative for us? Almost net, almost guys. Basically flat now for Beyond Meat, BYND. Look, I got nothing against the company. It's not that. It's just, then I guess I should not allow emotions coming into something like that. But in this particular case, I just couldn't stand it. Another one on the way down here, guys. Apps. Wow, look at Woof. Apps. Another one on the way down. Now, where is this? Next low looking left is 2160. 2160. Still has room. 2218 right now. It's not an earnings play, but just tanking with most stocks in the market. Oh, look at that! Look at tech, 318 down. All right, now we have gone negative for Beyond Meat. Nothing is safe right now. Look at XPAV, another one that's moving down. Had earnings yesterday. This is again our indiscriminate sell-off of doesn't matter what sector. Okay, guys, I have covered most of my short now for Beyond Meat. Looks like there's could be some support around 24. I'm just looking at the pre-market here. Could be. So I've covered most of my short for Beyond Meat now. Okay, so this one, what everybody's saying, this is going to be the crazy one probably for the day. So this SPRC just opened. I'm sorry, it opened just a while ago. I didn't notice it, but look at this SPRC. So it sort of gapped down a bit. Boy, lots of action already, guys. I'm not in this one, unfortunately. Look at this craziness with that float, 2.96 million in the float. I think I know what I'm doing my video on today. Starts with a B and ends in a D. Well, look at FSR, another one that is just tanking here. FSR on that. Well, yeah. So I mean, it's a 350 million at the market equity program. Look at Woof, guys. Anybody take the Woof? Look at the Woof. WOOF. Yeah, I should. Yeah, John, I should. So again, Wolf showed up here, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown, 1437, and now it's an all-time low. Wink. Okay, well, we have some more earnings plays. Dole is another one, guys. Wow. Look at Wolf. Oh my goodness. Again, guys, right here, even though it seemed late, 1437, 1377 now. And you know, these are the ones that I love when they're all-time lows. So that showed up first on the gap up and reverse. Showed up first here on the gap up and reverse, probably right here, right off the bat, I think. Right here, that was the first mention of it, 1483. That's right, because I have a delay on this gap continuation or reverse scan for 15 minutes. So that's the first time it appeared. And then later on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is not shortable for me, SPRC. My guess is that it's probably tough to get shorts for this SPRC. I'm going to take the short FSR. Little late, little late. 823, is that right? 823 is the next low. 950, 950 is the next low looking left for FSR. I do see it. I do see it. It's a little cheap for me, but I do see that, and it's not quite an all-time low, EXPR. Haha. I'm not in it anymore, but look at this Beyond Meat. Look at this. What a pile of nonsense that was. 27 down to 24 now. Oh, here's another one that's showing up. LQDA. I'm not in this one. LQDA, almost an all-time low. Another one that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. SIGA continues down now. What is the next low looking left on the daily chart? And now I have a GLBE. I have this. Why do I have that as an alert? $885 is the next low looking left for SIGA. Another wonderful short if you took this one. Again, if you won't short, I have no idea what you're doing in this market. If if it's if your broker won't allow it or something like that, that's fine. But if you're not shorting because of other reasons, I don't know what to say. I remember you mentioned that, Zach. Yes. So Albertsons, ACI is kind of bucking the trend a little bit here. Oh, I see. So there's a potential buyout, I guess, for ACI, potential interest from JANA Partners. I guess that is the reason for ACI moving higher. Another retailer, Guess. They have earnings tomorrow after hours. Dole, my goodness, Dole is just, yeah, another earnings play, all-time low. Shoot, I didn't know that. It's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown because the volume just a little bit light. I think it has to be, I think it's a minimum of 500,000 shares. Take a look at this, configure, and it is 500,000 shares. The minute that hits 500,000, this will show up. Oh, look at the market. Yeah, so this is straight down so far. First two 15-minute candles are red. And a little bit of buying in that topping tail, but the sellers took over, knocked it down here. Boy, LQDA is another awesome one on that 10-day daily breakdown. 409 on the alert, 365 now. That's a great percentage move. Ah, FSR guys, another awesome short here. Congratulations, those who held on to Beyond Meat, BYND. The next low looking left is 23. Oh my goodness, SIGA. Just sell, 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 just total selling. I'm watching this Dole, guys, to see how well it holds underneath 10. This is an earnings play. See, this is a little brief pull up here and then a continuation down. It is an all-time low, so, and it is an earnings play. I'm going to stick an alert right around 980 and see if it gets back down to that level again. And we have a halt, another, oh, resume. So, yeah, I saw somebody was mentioning the singing, the singing machine, Mike's, okay, MICS. Looks like this was sort of an IPO, but I don't think so. Let's see if it was an IPO. I don't know what the deal is on this, if this is an uplisting or. Yeah, I don't know the deal on this one, guys. I don't know if this, I don't think it's an IPO. Typically, they're not released this early. So I don't know what's going on with this MICS. It is an uplisting, thank you. Okay, thanks very much. All right, guys, Dole looks like it wants to keep moving down. Earnings play, all-time low, and it's DOLE. Well, that is such fodder for comedians too. I mean, this whole thing with Beyond Meat and this, I mean, my goodness. Well, Zach, I'm seeing a lot of bounce plays from you, but you first. Look at these. I mean, I'm sure some of them may finally bounce, but my goodness, so far nothing. To a debut. Look at AE. What's this? IPG. IPG. Well, another one that is moving down here. Take your pick. Oscar, another one that is moving down. OSCR, an all-time low for Oscar Health. What do they do? Health insurance company. OSCR. All right, if this happens to take out this $4 level, I may get interested in this SPRC. I mean, it is just one of those crazy ones today. It's not shortable for me. Well, here's one that's moving higher. Beyond, well, not Beyond Meat, Beyond Air. Beyond Air, XAIR. And the next high looking left is 635, so it's got some room. See if there's any specific news. Beyond Air presents encouraging update from at-home lung fit Go pilot study in lung disease. Okay, so there's your news for X Air. Hard to go long anything right now, in my opinion. My guess when you're saying that, it's probably had some kind of a bounce. No, I thought you meant it was bouncing. I'm talking about the pins, Craig. Okay, Dole will now, if it hits 970, not what actually what price is this? If it hits 970, it will show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I got to take out that low. Now the volume is over 500,000 shares. Give me a moment here. I forgot to I'm still waiting on this Dole. I want to see if it gets into the 70s. I'll probably take that short if it gets into the 70s. The 970s, of course, I'm talking. Yeah, GOVX is one of the lone positive ones today. GOVX, there's the high, almost $3. There's the 200-day moving average. I mean, that basically just stopped it. Look at that, got up to 299. 200-day moving average is 3. And we have another halt. Which one was this? Or another resume, MSPR. So what is this one? Another uplisting? Yeah, it begins trading on NASDAQ under the symbol. So what is this, an uplisting? MSP? Tough day to be doing this. No AI alerts yet. You do? Oh, that's because, remember, I've sorted unprofitable, so obviously it's not profitable. I don't care about the ones that aren't profitable. Would have been nice to see the AI take a short on Beyond Meat. All right, I have to just put an alert down here for Dole in the 70s. See about 75, just underneath 80. Want to see if it takes that out. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a bounce play. But look at the market. That's 45 minutes now, guys. 45 minutes straight down now in the market. Including SIGA. SIGA now is approaching, I think, a 3-day ago low. 2-day ago low, 885 right there. Man, I mean, the next low is $8. Tremendous short for those who took it, the SIGA. Well, that's about as fast at 45 minutes as I can remember. I mean, there's just so much activity. Another one, PUBM, Pubmatic, PUBM. Another one moving down. The next low looking left on the daily is 1832. So, I mean, this has got room too. I mean, they've all got room. Shouldn't say all, but yeah, this is a big, big move down now. Look at the SPY now. Take a look at the some levels here now on the, say, the daily and the monthly for the SPY. So on the monthly, yeah, it's a big crack now. I mean, the next area, maybe some support around that 367 mark. I'm just looking at 3 months right there. Hey, keep an eye on the Dole, guys. DOLE. So many shorts I should be in. IPG. Wow, IPG is another one that there's just no support. You know, look at the monthly chart. I mean, there's just no support for a long time. $27 to $23 for Beyond Meat now. Okay, way outside the price range that I like to trade the AI, but Let's take a look at it just out of interest. FISV, the next low looking left is 96.33. So you can kind of see if it can take out yesterday's low, then the next low underneath is 93.37. So, just outside the price range I like to trade. But, if I'd probably wait to see if it took out yesterday's low. If you're interested in a trade like this from the AI. And it's not that far away, really. Brazilian oil or energy play, PBR sinking also. Big float though. Well, we don't have a float for this .A, but we do for the PBR. It's a big float, I believe, billions. Yeah, 3.7 billion. SIGA. Wow. Okay, so this is it for the SPRC. Maybe if it could take out that high, but that looks like that's it for SPRC. I don't think there's probably not too many have shorts for that one. Well, let's take a look at my watch list. Probably nothing on the way up based on the market, 1364. But look at the ones on the way down. So let's take a look. 2642 hasn't really moved. Snap 1369 hasn't really moved. Pinterest 1753. Yeah, that's about $1 move. Wolf 1441 did get down to 1369. So GPS 968, a little bit below now. SIGA 942, 864, AEO 1203. And this is looking so interesting. And then the ROIV 360. So obviously the watch list down is performing, what you would expect. Nothing really from the watch list up. I know a couple triggered, but it's asking a lot in the face of this market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically an hour and 15 minutes straight down. So pretty tough to go long anything right now. Maybe on some little bounce play, but you got to be careful. Until the market stops moving down, you might get some bounces, but probably not too big. Okay, gap down and reverse. For whatever reason, CTRN is a gap down and reverse. Now, why? It's an earnings play, May 24th, pre-market. So it's actually gone positive. CTRN, next high looking left, is 26.90. So this has about $1 to the next high. So for whatever reason, this gap. Look where it got down to $21 and now back up to 25. Well, that is a gap down and reverse. Now, Dole is just taking its own sweet time, not really wanting to move too much. I guess it needs a lot more volume. I'm only interested because it's a lifetime low. It's an earnings play, of course, lifetime low. So it should be active all day just because it's an earnings play. Nice call, Shady, on this one, on the pins. Again, 1825 right here, 932, just a little too early for me to want to commit to that, but maybe tomorrow. If that, well, especially I should probably with the market doing what it's doing, but just been burnt too many times taking trades in the first 15. And yes, I know I took the Beyond Meat, but that was a special situation. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a bounce happening here, guys. Okay, a little bit of a bounce. So keep an eye on some of the ones from Zach Scans, the bounce plays. We're getting a bit of a bounce here. But keep a close eye on the SPY. If you're going to take a bounce play, keep a close eye on the SPY. And if that starts turning red again, you are definitely, you're trying to buck the trend if that turns red again and you're in a bounce play. That's why good to have a SPY or maybe a Russell or something like that, but just to keep an eye on the overall market. Okay, not for the faint of heart, but SWTX as a xylophone, is now starting to give it up again. This is probably one of the crazier price actions we've seen in a long time. Seem to have very positive data. Phase 3, the stock popped up to $50. Okay, and then it was drifting down. It got down to 44 in pre-market, but it was still up a lot. And then that 9 o'clock candle just got absolutely crushed. Came down to $31. Then that next candle moved it right up to $39. And now we're starting to drift down again. So this is, I wouldn't call this easy by any stretch, but yeah, that's pretty whippy, that GOVX. I'm looking here in that last 15-minute candle, got down to 250, and then it got back up to 292. So very difficult to trade. You've got to either take very few shares with a wider stop and hope that it has a multi-dollar run. However, look at that 200-day moving average. I mean, it stopped it in its tracks. The 200-day is at $3, and it got literally to 299. So it stopped it right in its tracks. I guess if it can get through that somehow, it might have a shot, but I wouldn't be touching it unless it got through that in a big way. Wow, 10:27, guys. So wild morning. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and, 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. So talk a little bit about trade ideas for about 10 minutes. My home page, and then we will get back to looking for some potential trades. Okay, click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This will give you an idea about how much it costs. 2000, so we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. 2000 for the premium annual and less the 15%. And then the standard annual is 1000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Not too much action today so far. You don't have to take out an annual. In fact, don't unless you absolutely know you want the product. Start off with the standard. You can always start off with the standard monthly or the premium monthly, 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only, right? The discount's only good for the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And there's no problem paying, sticking on a monthly. If you ever want to upgrade though from monthly to annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. So if you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do the Let's Get Started, okay? It is about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. It starts off with a download and installation. You don't have to look at them all. Obviously, if you've already downloaded it and installed it, you can skip that one. But please, it'll take you about 30 minutes. It goes through all the basic features very well. Once you've done that, you can take a look at the education section. We have a great user guide now. So don't get hung up by how much information there is here, okay? If you're just starting out, I would probably just concentrate on these first 4. You should already have done the getting started. You should take a look at the channel bar because we have a lot of layouts there, a lot of scans that we've created that you can have. And then you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and what the differences are and if you want to create them, okay? So I would just concentrate on these 4 to start. Afterwards, yeah, you can start looking at other things, but don't overcomplicate it. And don't get hung up about how much information there is in the user guide. So today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. At noon, between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. Excuse me. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little bit, but if you want a lot more information about Brokerage Plus, or even creating your own strategies and back testing them and things like that, Michael is your man. So he'll be there between 12 and 1. I will put the YouTube link in before I take my break. And Chriso, I don't know what he's doing now, if he's going to still do the Zooms. I think he might be back into YouTube now between 3:30 and 4:30 every day instead of Zooming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I'll confirm that. Daily webinars will start again next week. You can sign up for them all now. You'll get a notification how to join them. And back to basics. Michael Noss, mentioned Michael Noss. He put this great little video series, all free. So if you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? If you want my scans, here they are. Here are all the scans that I am sharing. People ask a lot, what do I use in the pre-market? Pre-market actives up and down, predominantly these 2. I do have the gap up and down working in the pre-market also. There's the gap continuation and reverse that I've been using quite a bit. Zacks, bouncers and toppers. So a lot of scans are here. You're looking for a momentum scanner right here. Momentum meaning, big volume bursts over the last minute and 5 minutes, things like that. So a lot of information on my homepage. So my recommendation, save my link. Then you can take a look at my scans, the education, of course, the getting started, anytime you want. Regarding the halt scanner, John, no, typically the halts are 5 minutes, okay? Typically. So you can see right here, but there's no 100% certainty that it's going to be 5 minutes. But I would say that at least 90% of the time the halts are 5 minutes. So in the halt scanner, for instance, there's the MSPR. You can see on my screen, the halt was right at 10:06 and it opened at 10:11. I would say that at least 90% of the time they are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's usually a multiple of 5. So if it goes past, for instance, if this had gone past 10:11, more than likely it would have been a 10-minute halt. But there's nothing that's going to tell you 100%. All I can say though is, again, repeating myself, I would say that 90% of the halts are 5 minutes. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do, of course, is just put a price alert. So for instance, on the 385, you could put a price alert, right at 385. Or put it, bracket it, maybe put 387, 384, because, when it opens, it's probably going to either pop up or down through one of those levels. And so on your price alert screen, if you don't, and it'll pop up on your screen if you have it minimized like I do. So it would just pop up on your screen and that will tell you when it starts also, okay? That is a way in which you can do it also. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. In the world, doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I am sharing. Also, a lot of scans are here. If you click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. So my recommendation is you can go through some of them. Something, look at a momentum channel, for instance, if you're interested in momentum. And you can see here's a scan that we've got called Momentum. Now, this is the same scan basically that I've got in my homepage called Momo. And like my scans or any scan that you see here, if you right click, configure, summary, this will tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, price between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, etc. 100,000 shares, etc. So if these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see the QUBT at 1033, because it met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. That's why we're seeing SITC right now. If I click on SITC, you can see right now, you see, it's making a new high. Okay, so if you wanted this one as is, in other words, when I say as is, of course you can modify them, just like mine, you can modify mine. Modifying meaning maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want a different price range. So you can change it. Let's make it 10 and 100. Click on the summary. You see how it is now changed. You can click OK. And now it is changed to 10 and 100. But if you like it the way it is, all you have to do is right click and then duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. Just popped on another monitor, and here it is. Now you can save it to the cloud, right click and save or share to cloud and save it to the cloud. Why? Now you can go to another channel and you can extract another scan if you like. Let's take a look at explosive winners. Okay, if you like this one, biggest gainers from the open, you might like this one, If you like it as is, you just have to right click, configure, take a look again what it's looking for. And again, you can take it out of this layout, save it to the cloud. So the whole idea, what I'm really trying to show you, is that you can go to the different channels, all these theme-based channels, start extracting scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually having to know how to build any scan from scratch, if you don't want to, okay? Now, of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can. If I right click on an alert window, and again, click on the configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. When I see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts. I basically exclusively use this new high and new low, but I mean, we have a lot of alerts, different alerts, real-time alerts. When we see these icons, these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they did was they said, you know what, why don't we try to create as many alerts and filters as we can, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. All right, Dole is actually doing a little reversal here. See how that popped up on my screen, the price alert? That's because I minimized my price alerts window. We'll go over that in a little bit. So again, don't get hung up on how many you have. You don't have to learn them all. One of the common emails we get is, oh, your program is too complicated. How can I possibly learn all those alerts and filters? The bottom line is you don't have to. Ooh, now this is a bit of a scary one. This did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The SWTX, it did show up. Yeah, I wish I were still in it, but I'm happy with what I did with the Beyond Meat. But I do wish I were still in it, yes. Still make a nice video for me today. So the AI, okay, so this is what the AI looks like, or Holly. We nicknamed it Holly. So to make it really uncomplicated, this is all I would do. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? This is the window that you'll see. Now I sort on the profitable, so there might be some other trades here. I don't care. I just want to see the ones that are profitable. Okay, so that's what I do. I just check the profitable trades and I just follow them all day long. Now I've already said that, I'm not, this is sort of out of the price range that I like to trade. That doesn't mean that has to be you. And what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, save your layout, of course. And tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank. The earliest alert would be at 9:35. Nothing happens in the pre-market with the AI. How, and there's no real video. I mean, people say, well, how do you trade the AI? How you trade it is up to you. It's sort of a man and machine combination. The machine is alerting you, and now it's up to you to trade it. How you part of your trading plan. I mentioned the FISV. I probably wouldn't have taken it unless it took out 96.33. Why? Because that's the next low looking left. Now you've got something here. 93.37 is the next low looking left. Okay, so you took this one I mean, obviously you could have taken it at 96.78 if it met your trading plan or your style. Now, the last thing I want to go over is this window that you see here. It's called Brokerage Plus, the big upper left-hand corner, the blue window. And by the way, what I'm doing here, this is not meant to teach you how to use trade ideas in 10 minutes, okay? This is just an overview. So the Brokerage Plus link that I put in there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And then the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now again, if you want to hold on for about an hour and 15 minutes, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room, and he is way more of an expert at using Brokerage Plus. So you can save up some questions. I mean, I can answer some general questions, of course, but listen, please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means that you don't have this feature available. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available, okay? Now, how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Paper trader. So before you start trading, I'll plead with you to start to practice trading first. All you need is our standard service. Now, if you're part of the test drive, of course, you've already got all this, but all you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. I mean, if you haven't decided what broker you want, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so don't worry about. So it doesn't matter again who your broker is, or even if you don't have one. And simple to use. I'm going to just start from scratch here. So if you don't have this look, by the way, now Brokerage Plus looking like this, and to load Brokerage Plus, again, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. If it doesn't look like this, you have to download the latest beta from our homepage, okay? Now, there are other reasons why if you don't care about using Brokerage Plus or you don't care about using it as a simulator, fine. But there are other reasons why you should be on our latest version. We now have data that starts at 4 in the morning Eastern time and runs to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so depends on the version of trade ideas that you've got, and you may not have that data. So let's assume though that you do want to practice trading, or even if you don't want to practice trading, I always talk about new traders, but you might have a strategy that you're looking to, want to see how it works. Well, you can practice. And again, all you have to do is click on Sim underneath. There are two options underneath the Brokerage Plus tab. One's live and one's Sim. Click on the Sim, and then it'll say not connect, or the not connected will change to account. Click on the account, and now click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. And it's very simple to use. All you have to do is click on an alert. And the symbol shows up here. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. Once you've determined all that, you would click the buy button, and then it sets up the trade, and then you send it. Well, let's just take this trade, the SITC. just to show you the mechanics of it. Okay, let's take 300 shares of it. We'll buy it right at the market. The spread's 1 penny, so easy enough to do that. Buy, send. Okay, so it's in the trade here, 15.11. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then I basically just carries forward and I can practice swing trading. These buttons over here, these are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of this trade right away, I just highlight the trade. So if I had multiple trades here, I would just highlight the one and I would flatten it. Flatten gets you out of the trade. Half gets you out of half your position, or you could double your position. Okay. Yeah, it's hard for me to, I have no thoughts about that. I'm sorry. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. I've never really, it depends, I suppose, who your broker is, but I've never really encountered that. Never really thought about that. Are you talking about auto trading? When you say fast, no. So fast to sell on a quick dip. Well, you're picking the price though, right? I mean, are you going limit? Are you in market? Yeah, so I can't, I really have not found that with Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I really haven't found that. I rarely do anything in auto fashion though. I don't, I'm only in usually at the most 2 trades at a time. So I'm always managing my excess. I'm not putting stops in. I'm not putting hard stops in. Okay. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question. And the reason being is that I like to manage my exits on my own, mainly because well, whatever broker you have. I mean, I can't, it shouldn't matter. I can't comment on Thinkorswim. There were other people, many people in this room I know that use Thinkorswim, so maybe they can comment, but I can't really comment because I don't have Thinkorswim. I would have no idea how it compares to Interactive Brokers, but I also do not put auto stops in. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. Never had Thinkorswim, so I really don't have any idea. All right, Big Lots. This is another earnings play coming up. I mean, how bad is this going to be? This is Big Lots, guys. BIG. This is earnings on the 27th. Yeah, again, it's hard for me to comment though. I mean, I've had IB for about 6 years now, and I'm very happy with the platform, but because I don't put auto stops in, it's very hard for me to comment on that. Can't wait to do my video today on Beyond Meat. You know, it's almost like the market saw right through this nonsense. Insanity prevailed. Well, Z is just a poster in the room, that's all. Just like you are, somebody could say, who are you? 2BEZ, etc. All right, so Z is answering you. I should. I honestly have not. I have not taken an emotional trade like that in a long, long time. And that was definitely just a completely emotional trade. Rarely, rarely do I do that. Can't remember the last one. Yes, it has been. It has been. I'm reluctant to do the SWTX though, Craig. It's a little reluctant to do it. You know, he can turn on a dime. And didn't Zach post something about somebody's putting some big price target on it? Yeah, Goldman, SWTX, an $82 price target. No, okay, so, you know, with the caveat, of course, but cut to 76 from 92. So ahead of time, I don't know when they had the 92 target, but still, okay, so, but they're still bullish. The LQDA has been awesome. I mean, I'm not in it, but the LQDA, awesome. A breakdown through that 200-day moving average. That's a great percentage move from 409 down to 358 on the short from my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, guys, remember, these scans are for you, okay? You know, I can't obviously take every single trade ice that comes through my scanners, but if something meets your trading plan or style, and that's why I'm sharing a lot of different types of scans. Ah, no, yeah, Oscar, another great one, another all-time low. This is almost a lifetime low now, this LQDA, almost a lifetime low. All right, we're having a bit of a bounce now for SIGA, SIGA, guys. SIGA, now a bit of a bounce. Not a bit of a bounce, it's a bounce from 830, 844, now over 9. Let's see if this bounce continues. Obviously, it has a ton of room if it wants to continue. See how well it holds over 9. Or is this going to be a fake and then drop? Okay, now maybe there's a bit of a stalling in the downtrend. We've got 3 15-minute candles with some bottoming tails. I mean, the buyers have been trying. So maybe. And there, Zach is talking about the 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, markets tend to bounce, as he's saying. Let's see if that happens today. So just file that one away, guys. 11 o'clock comes. Markets tend to bounce, not all the time, but 95% sounds pretty high, Zach. But I know you've got some experience with this. Boy, this SIGA looks really interesting. There's a potential bouncer right here, guys. Yeah, try to put the symbols in caps. To be easy peasy. Okay, to be easy peasy. So we can. So it's easily recognizable that it's a symbol. Not quotes, caps. When we're rapidly looking at all the posts, it's just easier to discern. There we go. Oh, no, no, no. The symbols, you can yell a symbol. Everything else is in lowercase. I'm watching this SIGA, guys. See if this really holds this 9 level and starts to bounce somewhat. It's got a ton of room, of course. Well, this SITC I took as a just to show you how you can take a trade. It is starting to move here. The next high looking left is 1536, so it could stall right there. All right, watching this SIGA just to see how well it holds 9. DCGO, DCGO, DCGO. Don't know these guys at all. Doc Go, okay. Yeah, $40 million share repurchase program, yes. Not a low float, 77 million in the float. SIGA guys, is this it? Oh, this SITC, I should have taken this for real. Look at this SITC just on the move here. If you took, I don't mean in the simulator necessarily taking it, but if you took this one earlier, I mean, this has been obviously a very strong stock. It hasn't cared. This is a classic. It's not an earnings play either. This is a classic alpha stock. It has not cared what the market was doing from the get-go. SITC. Yeah, VWAP test 935. You're right. What did it get up to? 938. Got up to 938. We're only interested in this, of course, because it had such a following for about 3 days until it collapsed today. You just get some bottom feeders looking at this, probably over 9. RFL. Yeah, European Medicines Agency grants orphan drug designation, low float, 14 million in the float. Not very much volume yet, but it is picking up. On that news, I guess, RFL. This shortable. This is shortable for me. A lot of these orphan drug, they look, it's sort of a feel good story, but there's very, very little money in them. Yeah, so I have a question in our YouTube room. What do I consider a low float? I consider anything under 20 million a low float. Okay, that's personal, of course, but it all depends on what you're used to trading. So, I always use this as an example. If you're used to trading Facebook, with stocks like that with 2.2 billion in the float, you would think 100 million would be very low float, as an example. I'm not just talking to you, Echo, but just in general. So it all depends on what you're used to trading. For me, I consider anything 20 million and under as a low float. Some might consider 10 million, you know, I mean, it depends. It really depends. But for me, it's 20 million. If I see 20 million or under, I go, okay, that's pretty low. And of course, the lower that float number is, that's when things can get really crazy. Because remember what the float is. The float is the supply of stock that's available that can be traded on a daily basis. So if that number is very low, and you have high demand, it's like anything else on earth as a commodity. Low supply, high demand, price goes up. OIV, certainly that was a active one in the pre-market, got up to 469. Very, very choppy. Of course, with most stocks, it just kind of moved down. Well, the SIGA guys, I mean, the longer it holds around that 920 mark, if it ever gets some volume coming in, you know, what I'm looking at here is, you know, I mean, the fantasy area, if you took this one, will be way up here at 1034 mark. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but well, I don't know, big. It may have good earnings because, as you say, William, or decent earnings because it's low price products, etc. But boy, oh boy, look at Best Buy, guys. I mean, I would have thought, you know, I mean, big ticket items are not in vogue right now. But Best Buy has done okay. I mean, you know, it hasn't collapsed. BBY has not collapsed. Well, if that was the bounce, it's a short-lived bounce. You know, pretty tough in, you know, the face of what the market is doing. I mean, the market just getting creamed. You know, that was a very, very modest little bounce. So this is having a little bit of a bounce, guys. This INMB, I mean, it's still down a lot, 24%. And I can't remember what the news was on this one. I think there was some news on it, though I don't see it right now. I don't see the news on INMB right now. Not an earnings play. All I have of my notes is it's a gap down. Ah, that's right. The clinical hold was put on. or there was a clinical hold put on their Alzheimer's treatment. Okay, so that was the reason. Clinical hold, yeah. Forgot to write that down in my notes. All right, guys, gap down and go for the Billy, Bili. Gap down and go. And the next low looking left is 1756. So this has got the room underneath. No, come on, Sega, do something, or I just don't want to keep watching you. The reason I'm watching Sega so closely, I know normally I can just put a price alert. The problem with it is that sometimes all of a sudden it gets a bid and it could just explode. So that's kind of why I'm watching it. It may not happen today, of course, but well, I will say this about the great fills and stuff. You get what you pay for, okay? So yes, IB charges half a cent a share. All right. I know E-Trade and Thinkorswim are all free. My only comment is you get what you pay for. And that's not to say that you're not, with the free commissions, you're not getting good fills, but that's my opinion. Yeah, I'm not in the SIGA. I mean, I'm just waiting to see if it can take this area out again, get into the high 20s, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It looks like this was just that's the extent of the pull up. Ah, well, we've got now, okay, another little green bar. So yeah, I guess the bounce is still intact. Okay, well, yesterday's little star, what did it get up to yesterday? 149. No, that's a brutal spread for the INB. I wanted to take this one. That's a brutal spread though for the INNB for well, it was anyway for a $5 stock. I actually wanted to take this one on the gap down and reversal, but there's no way I'm going to chase it now. What do I think of Didi? Well, Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what to, I mean, it's obviously this delisting is supposed to happen for Diddy, so can't really comment on any more than that. The next high looking left is 166. Can't imagine it would take that out. I mean, this is, there's a few of them. China ADR is haunted by delisting, but Diddy is one of the ones that is, isn't that supposed to be delisted? Oh, I know I say this every day. I got to pay more attention to my watch list. Look at this, 680 on the short for BBAI, 644 now. Not an all-time low, but it's funny. People say that. I look at IB, it's a commodity to me. Any broker is just a commodity. Now, I've had it for 6 years. I set it up in the first half, in the first week. I had a couple of questions. I haven't had to deal with them since then. And, but I guess I'm not looking for much. Just give me an easy looking order entry. I find it easy enough. Just do it. Is it the prettiest? Probably not, but I don't care. I'd rather have, it's been so reliable for me anyway, for 6 years. I don't think it froze on me once. I seem to get, execution seemed to be fine, so I don't work for, Interactive Brokers. And that's why I wait. The SIGA, I did not want to commit to it unless it really, really held this level well, and it did not. Now it looks like it wants to drift down again. Well, Practice Inner Simulator. I don't know if you have our product yet, 2B, but you can always practice in our simulator. Uses our real-time data. Rivet breakout, RIVT, Rice. Oh, real cheap one, but hey, I mean, there looks like there's a lot. Actually, it's interesting. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around 113, but yeah, look at. Remember when these were sort of moving higher, the cruisers? Look at this. CCL going, wow. I mean, just Look at this, 13 down to 1180, just like that. So again, with the GovX guys, I'd be just waiting to see if it can take out three. That's the 200-day moving average. I would not rush into this one until it took out that 200-day. I'm not saying take it if it takes it out, but I certainly wouldn't take it before. Back it out on the weekly chart. The next high after that would be 358. Yes. So if it can somehow take out three, then the next high would be 358, and that would be for the. Yeah, I mean, how do you commit to any sort of a bounce play? I mean, the market, what it's doing right now, it's just sort of neutral. I would call this kind of neutral. All right. Well, now I'm flipping the script in my mind about the SIGA. Let's see how well it doesn't get through nine and starts to move down again. ANF just made a little bit of a break here, guys. A little bit of a break right here. Moving on the way down. The low is, what is the low down here? Around 1782. So it's got about 60 cents. I'm sorry, about 80 cents to the low in the pre-market. Boy, Snap's, yeah, I mean, Snap just has not really bounced, has it? Not really, no, not at all. I mean, I guess if I expand this, maybe I could see some, no, nothing, no bounce whatsoever for Snap. So this is, it's funny. I mean, look at the market, but this FISV, the short, has really not done that much from the AI. A couple of shorts, not done too much. Another retailer, guys. I don't think it's, yes, it is. Actually, it's an earnings play after hours today. Urban, URBN, Urban Outfitters, URBN. So it's another earnings play after hours, another retailer, of course. Actually tried to pop up a bit here. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is wow. I mean, we're talking 1640. 1640 is the next low looking left. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but if I had any, to carry a short through its earnings play, I won't do it. But boy, oh boy, another, I mean, what can we possibly expect from these guys? Yeah, so it looks like this SIGA is sort of stuck in this little range here. Oh, guys, the GovX just took out that number, just took it out. It just took it out, guys. Okay, it took out that big three moving day, excuse me, 200-day moving average. Yeah, Snap is another new low. Yeah, Snap is another new low. You guys don't have the, you can't hear the grunt, grunt, grunt because I've got my Bluetooth working again, but this has just been grunt, grunt, grunt all day long. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is just the sound alert I have on here. Properties, actions, the pig. Guys, the GovX is really interesting now, guys. Really interesting. The fact that it is over that 200-day, the longer it holds over 3. And as I said, the next high looking left is, I think Todd mentioned it, is actually 352. 358 is the next high looking left. 358. Yeah, if you use our earnings filter, so if you put them in minus 0.25, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So you can just keep expanding it. But for instance, what I've got here in my earnings filter, notice I've got minus 0.25. So what this is showing me, these are stocks that released earnings after hours yesterday. So if you keep adding like minus 1.25, that'd be the day before yesterday, minus 2.25, that'd be the day before that, etc. Okay? So that's what so you can use the earnings date right here. And you just use the earnings filter. Okay, minus 0.25 means after hours yesterday, minus 1.25 would mean after hours the day before, etc., etc. Okay. Oh, now Dole is starting to drop here, guys. An all-time low right now for Dole. Well, not quite. I mean, there's the all-time low is right here at 970. Ooh, the GovX is so interesting. The longer it holds over 3, over that 200-day moving average. All right, it is 11:34, so I'm going to just confirm that it'll be Michael. Just want to confirm it is Michael in our YouTube room. Pretty sure it's going to be, but I just want to confirm that. I take a break in about 25 minutes. Okay, guys, get ready. All right, do we dare short this SWTX with that big price target put on by Goldman? It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is pretty dicey, guys. I mean, it was all over the place. So but if you have the appetite for something like this, I mean, this says a long way. I mean, 31.28 was the low in the pre-market. You know, if you're going to do this, I wouldn't take too many shares though, but it could have a multi-dollar run. Wow, a topping play from you, Zach, but pretty cheap one. CLEU, is it shortable? Ooh, it is shortable. For me anyway, Interactive Brokers coming into that high of yesterday, and then it just dropped. That was too quick. So if I want to get out of a trade, so I'm just going to show you, I mean, I just highlight this trade, SITC in the simulator, just click flatten, and then you're out. And yes, it is Michael. Michael will be in our YouTube room at noon, so in about 20 minutes from now. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. 40 million barrels. And there we go, guys. I'm just watching the GovX, guys. The key level again is at 350. What did I say? 358. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I am back. Get my music going again. Well, that was a brief one for me on the GovX. A little disappointing. I thought it would have a little more oomph in it, but up to 337. Well, it got up to that. Actually, somebody said 338. Interesting. I was looking more at that 358 mark over here, or 350. Yeah, 358. Somebody actually said 338. Who are you? Because that's what it got to. 338. Who said that? Why 338, Todd? Was that some kind of a fib, or I don't mean fib as in lie, but seriously, why 338? What prompted that? 113.22. Okay, I was just looking at the weekly chart. I guess if I'd looked at a daily chart, maybe something, but okay, well, good for you. That was bang on. So I'd have to expand this daily a little bit more. Well, I'm still interested in it if it gets back up into maybe the 320 level again. Now, SIGA is making another move here, guys, the SIGA, but as pointed out earlier, let's put an alert at the VWAP, 932. So let's put an alert maybe a little bit above the VWAP, maybe around 939, and see if it takes that out later. Yeah, we're starting to get, well, Zach called it again. There was a bounce. Didn't look very bounceable right here on that bottoming tail, but it is a bounce from 11 to 12. All right, guys, just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. See if there's anything interesting happening. I do see a little bounce in the Beyond Meat, but I'm not going to not partaking. No, there's the SIGA, guys. Boy, it takes out that VWAP. There's the VWAP right there, 932. Let's get some volume. No, there's no volume. Look at, the volume is not picking up. Look at that 2-minute chart. Only reason I have a 2-minute chart up is just to check the volume. And it is moving on no volume, but you'd love to see like a big volume bar. Imagine you get a volume bar like that, the next 2-minute candle and popping it through the VWAP. That could get it running. Well, great call by Zach on the 11 o'clock bounce. That's look at this. We haven't had three 15-minute candles green in a row all day until that 11 o'clock bounce. What does SITC do? It's an investment. It's a REIT. Okay. Well, this is definitely an alpha stock today, guys. SITC. Look at this run, and it hasn't. The market has not affected it at all. I have to admit, I'm somewhat disappointed in the GovX. I thought it might have a little bit more run in it. Never mind this collapse. Remember I was mentioning CTRN was a gap up and go a little while ago? So this is, or sorry, a gap down and reverse, and it's an earnings play. And it's a retailer, family clothing stores. I don't think we have these in Canada, but a retailer, and it's actually not doing badly. Now it is coming into the high 2420. Actually, what am I? 2878 is the next high looking left. That's a 2 day ago high. So I'd be watching this area as a potential, maybe a shorting area if it can't take out that high of 2 days ago. Oh boy, look at the SIGA, guys. The SIGA is getting so close. Especially if the market keeps doing this. Not that it really should be following what the market's doing. Look at the SIGA. There's that 200, sorry, the VWAP. Just a little bit above the VWAP now is SIGA, SIGA. So obviously you could stall at the VWAP and bounce back down if it doesn't take it out with any authority, and that is the SIGA. Natty. I saw this one yesterday. This was pretty active yesterday, I think. NATI. Yeah, it was very active yesterday. NATI. And there's some volume coming into NATI. Yeah, traders circulate Betaville takeover rumors. This is what Zach is talking about. This is the headline, Interactive Brokers news feed. Yeah, when you see traders circulate, you got to be very careful. Yeah, I mean, right at that VWAP, SIGA, right at the VWAP. What is it going to do? Is it going to explode through it or just hit it and bounce back down? Well, whatever it does, it's probably going to do it without me because I'll be taking my break soon. Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 7 minutes or so. All right, guys. Well, should I do it? Still hanging around that VWAP. The SIGA is still hanging around the VWAP. Well, you think a 5 cent stop on that one? I mean, you know how quickly it could explode. It might blow right through your stop. That's the only thing I would say, Larry. All right, guys, I will put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. I'll put my announcement in. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. The only problem I would have is that we've seen this before, how this can just absolutely explode. So a 5 cent stop on something like that, I mean, yeah, I get it, but boy, I mean, it could blow right through that stop easily on something like this. But in retrospect, that would have worked out great. You might want to keep an eye on the lemonade. LMND, this is a gap down and reverse, but only if it takes out 20. I mean, the next high looking left is 21.95. But if it can take out 20, especially if the market just continues to have a bit of a recovery. Well, William, did you take the cutter, the CUTR? I recall your post saying you didn't want to do it, but of course the market bounced. So boy, you get some of these bounce. I have to watch this a little more closely. And these bounce plays after 11 o'clock from Zach Scanner. The SIGA still looks interesting. It's trying to really break through that VWAP. Bottoming tail, sellers tried. They knocked it down to 917. The buyers have, what time is it now? So another 2 minutes for this to close, or less than about a minute and a half for that candle to close. There's that 15-minute candle. So higher lows, guys, higher lows could get that explosion. Oh, you look at fundamentals. Oh, I see. I didn't know you did that. There is Michael. I hear him just pop in. Let me just make sure I don't have my.
Yo,
Well,
what's
you
going on?
probably can hear me. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Well, my friend,
Get
you want to take over now?
sure.
All
Let me
right.
get
So
my
I'll probably pop
screen
in about
share.
5 to 1 and
Perfect.
Eastern time, of course. Maybe we'll have a little 5 minute chat, and I'll just put
Sounds good,
myself on.
man.
All right. I'll put myself on mute now, and I'll put the YouTube link in so they can head over to listen to you talk for an hour.
Awesome. Go to the pub, grab a beer. Okay, everyone. I'm assuming if he can hear me that the stream can hear me fine. So I'll just go with that. If you're new here, what we like to do on noon Eastern every day is we open up the room to some live Q&A where we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about when it comes to trade ideas, and anything that I can help you out with, let me know. So I'll be here for an entire hour. We'll shoot the shit about the markets and stuff. How's it going? Again, we always appreciate questions for this kind of stuff because we don't really have anything prepared, because we just want to make sure that we are open and ready for questions as time goes on. So are we going to round trip here again? If so, I was actually just looking at, we could do a name that technical pattern. Let's go into 30 minutes. Let's zoom in. Let me open up my Epic pen. If this ends up occurring. Where if I draw that in, and then I draw that in, and then I draw that potential bid in there, what pattern would that be? Close all that stuff. I don't need that. There we go. And I can move that over. And awesome. I'm getting everything set up here. Right, that is, since no one answered right away, a potential inverse head and shoulders. So what we would need for this to be an inverse head and shoulders would us just to break that area right there. So the other thing that I'm sure if you're on FinTwit at all, because everyone is watching this, myself included, is if we draw an anchored VWAP here from the COVID lows, you can see we've been dancing with that for a while. Right. So for those who don't know, anchored VWAP is just where the average market participant for any given time that you stamp it exists. And for that, we are hanging out kind of right at that area. And one of the reasons why I think this is important is if you go to the Qs, for example, which we know has been way weaker than the overall SPY, and we draw that in like that, you can see it was actually really important here on the way down, and then it flipped and reversed there. So it's so far acting like it's really important for just gonna tweet out the link here. That's what I'm getting. It's been really important for the SPY. The question is, will that kind of be a bounce point? And then if it's bouncing, how far will that be, right? That's going to be huge for all of this, right? Where is the bounce going to occur? And then obviously, how big is the bounce? Because I did this presentation for Trader TV Live, and where I talked about all of the biggest bounces in bear markets. Plug here, see if we can get some more questions and people in the room. Boom, there we go. We're going to delete that because I messed that up. I don't care about who owns Twitter. I just want an exit button. There we go. I am dyslexic and I spell horribly. So an edit button would be great for me. So yeah, so this is kind of what I'm looking at here on the SPY is, when the 2000 when the tech bubble burst and everything kind of went to hell there, a lot of people always think, people who haven't traded through real kind of ugly markets and bear markets, that it's a straight line up or down. And it's never that way. Mathematically, you always have the biggest bounces in bear markets, because bull markets will kind of look something like this, right? Where it goes up in waves. And then bear markets look something like this, where the bounces in bear markets are always really extreme. I think in the dot-com bubble, there was a couple 50%, a couple 40%, a couple 25% bounces. So, when everyone goes, oh, well, we're in a bear market, you just short, if only it was that easy. So what I always look for is when I can see if I can spot one of these bounce points on the SPY, then I go to something like TI strength, which is the relative strength uh, system that we built within Trade Ideas. I know that if the market's going to bounce, then the stuff that's probably already strong is going to continue to be strong. It's kind of the way I look at it, right? So how's trading going? Trading is going fantastic. I'm doing a lot more shorter term trading. I'm doing a lot more. If I'm right, I will try to be locking in profits quicker than normal, and that's just a symptom of the overall volatility, right? I want to make sure that uh, if I am wrong, I'm out quick, and if I'm right, I'm out quick. The beauty of increased volatility is you can make more money quicker. It just becomes a little bit more difficult. And I've been doing a fair amount of day trading and testing day trading strategies, things like that. I'm more of a swing trader, but I've been scalping a little bit here and there, just to, kind of keep my on my toes as things go a little bit crazy. What have you been watching this morning? I always am watching TI Strength and what's going on in there. There's a lot of resource names. Sometimes you can pick up a lot just by looking at what's in here, because it is finding the strongest stocks in the market. So you're just going to say, okay, well, if I notice that all of the strongest stocks in the market are oil, right, which is kind of where we're in now, uh, that's where things are going to be going. This SO Southern company is looking very interesting. Nice kind of pullback into the 50. I'm not a moving average guy. I just have these up here, some testing stuff. One way I like to look at these is I just draw an anchored VWAP from it and look for a breakout, which would be today if we can actually get that, as just a more systematic. Let me get these moving averages off of here. Yeah, so you can see it couldn't break the anchored VWAP from the highs for a very long time. So if we close up here, that one is interesting to me. BTU, same kind of thing. Coal name, very, very strong. You can see kind of closed above that yesterday. If we can get some continuation into the close today, I'm interested in this one. So TI strength, it's been doing well. I don't know if I've showed this to you guys yet, but where is this? I'll download that. I'll put it in downloads. Now, does that cross over to the Windows side of things? If I go into downloads, yeah. Right, so you can see this is the performance of TI strength versus the overall market over this period, doing very, very well, just rotating into the names that are not tanking, right? The names that are tanking, you've got all of the meme stocks, you've got pretty much every overvalued tech stock, your pandemic plays, quote unquote, Zooms and Pelotons. And what TI Strength does, it just rotates into the strongest names. And you can see the difference here. We have a back test that goes as far as 2017. We started forward testing it in late 2020, early 2021. And then this is, just this year to date as of when I took this, which I think was maybe a week or two ago. So what is TI Strength is the question. Best way to get to it, easiest way to get to it is to go to your channel bar. Oops. Those got refreshed when I updated. If you go to your channel bar and you scroll down, you see the Strength Alerts channel right here. Let me make sure before I change, because I think that's what messed that up. Make sure that's pinned. There we go. And then you click on TI Strength and it will open up this channel right here. So TI Strength is a standalone email product. So if you just wanted to buy and pay the $17 a month, which I think is just an absolute steal, you get this email every week that just talks about, a little bit of my thoughts of the SPY, which, I just talked about that Anchored VWAP. We bounced from that on Friday. That bounce on Friday was pretty substantial. And then actually the week before, we had a pretty big bounce from it. So in my opinion, that's what we got to watch. And then we have C alerts below this week's TI Strength alerts. So these are the strongest name is selected by our proprietary algorithm. And you can see the names in here along with entry points and stop losses for these individual names. A lot of these gapped. So some of them I was able to grab, some of them I wasn't, depending on the gap. But what you get access to from being not only that, for being a TI member, is you get access to this scan right here. And this is the scan where they came from. And this refreshes every 10 seconds, give or take, with whatever the strongest names are on the algorithm. So the way I built the algorithm was basically, we learned in the CMT about Ned Davis, who has a famous Fab 5 method that he used and had great returns with it. And essentially what he does is he weights. It's a weight of the evidence approach. So, he'll look at certain market or economic indicators and he'll weight them and he'll say, okay, the Fed is tightening rates. I'm going to give that X amount of points. The S&P 500 is below its 200-day moving average, so I'm going to apply X amount of points, and so on and so forth, where he comes up with a weighting system. So one awesome thing that we have at Trade Ideas is basically the ability to do that on a huge scale. So this is something that you really couldn't do on your own, just because the amount of data incorporated is just insane, right? It's doing this across the entire market, where basically just saying, simple things like, if the stock's above its 200-day moving average, give it 5 points. If the stock is not overbought based off of an RSI, give it a few points, right? And just ranking all of these positive or negative features or events technically in the market. And then it ranks them, right? So here you're getting a bunch of names, and these are the names that have a high ranking in this system. So the way we generated this return is we said, well, what if on Monday you bought what was in the scan on Friday if it broke Friday's high? That's where all those entry points for that thing that I showed you was. It's a break of Friday's high. So what if you bought those with a reasonably wide stop loss to make sure that you stayed in, and then you sold them on Monday, and just because the next Monday, just because I had to have an exit point to test the algorithm, and then you rinse and repeat your portfolio like that. For me, I don't trade it exactly like that. I'm not just going to get out of a winner just because it's, a certain time has gone by. I'll cut my losers way quicker. And if my winner's going, I'm just going to let it go, right? I'm just going to say, here, have at it. I'm not going to cut something just because a certain time has gone by. And that's how we achieve that return. So you get this scan, which has all of those securities on it, and you get it, refreshed every 10 seconds. Now, they won't change that much, right? It won't go through super frequently, just because there's a lot of conditions that have to take place in order to change it. But if something pops up there, it pops up there. And so a lot of what I do for my own scanning is just go through this list. So, okay, you just let the market tell me what's wrong. I have some other scans that I look at, but right, AEP is something that I'm watching. If we can get over Friday's or Monday's high here, it's interesting to me. Right, I talked about BTU and a couple of these. The beauty of it is I just know that this is the stuff that's strong. And the one thing that's been studied more than any other concept in trading is the concept of relative strength, right? It's, if you bought stocks making 52-week highs and sold the stocks that are making 52-week lows, you generally outperform the market. Just that simple concept, right? So it's why I myself kind of classify myself as a relative strength trader. I'm just going to look at what's strong in all markets. I trade crypto, I do some FX dabbling, things like that as well. And it's all the same. It's show me what's the strongest, and I'm going to get in that. And show me what's the weakest, and I'm going to get out of that. And rinse and repeat. So that's one. Another one that there's some new scans in here that I've got to make little write ups for to Stephanie to um, add to the list. But in this Market Explorer, right, these are all pre-canned scans, so you don't have to do anything to them, which is great. And I have a lot of really powerful tools I can play with. So this one is a MACD play. So again, not an indicator guy, but this actually does spit out some really cool stuff where the MACD is simply it's two moving averages, right? It's a simple way to put it. If those two moving averages are crossing up and it's above the zero line, that means that the stock is in a sustained uptrend and it's having these moving average crossovers. So this one here just shows you stocks all day long, and you can see a lot of them are probably going to overlap with what's going on with TI strength. But it's just saying, hey, this thing is in an uptrend and it looks like it's going to be poised to continue its move into that uptrend. So that's an interesting one. Something I'm playing with a little more was requested and we built, and some cool stuff from that, right? So the idea behind the MACD is, again, it's just a smooth moving average crossover system. But like any indicator in and of itself, it's not going to work. It's not going to make you a bunch of money. But the theory is when the MACD line crosses above the signal line, that's considered a buy signal, and when it crosses below. And if the MACD lines are above this zero line, it's the stock's in a bullish trend, and if it's below the zero line, it's in a bearish trend. So by having this crossover happen while it's in a bullish trend, it means you're potentially trend continuing these really strong names, right? So again, if there's one thing that you ever take away from my rants, it's, especially if you're struggling, are you trying to buy the dip of stocks that are in downtrends? Like that's like the first thing that I would change with most traders is just buy things that are in uptrends and sell things that are in downtrends. Which I know sounds very like basic and reductionary, but you'd be shocked the amount of people who think buy low, sell high. I think is the most damaging quote for investing that there's ever been. because it's not about that. You're not meant to be the hero to say, "Hey, I'm going to buy this awful stock that's on lows," when there's tons of stuff that you could buy that's doing great. Everyone talks about, oh, we're in a bear market. It's like, yeah, well, if you own Peloton, you're in a bear market. You're in a depression. If you own AMC, you've been in a bear market forever. You've been in depression. Like this is horrible. This is awful. If you've owned AEP, right, this thing's been in a great bullish trend. If you've owned what's ARLP here, which I think is just a resource play. What do you do? Oil and gas. Yeah, anything oil and gas related. This is not in a bear market. Right? This is not something going from $10 here to $20 here is not symptomatic of being in a bear market. So that's what I'm looking at. And I know it's going to be boring because every week I come on here, and if people ask what I'm looking at, which is a perfectly reasonable question to have, it's going to be I'm looking at stuff that's in uptrends, and I'm looking for a way to get involved in those uptrends. And at some point, they will stop being uptrends. Right now, there's all this boring stuff on TI strength, but I just want to it hasn't always, it hasn't always been that way. In 2020, during the pandemic crash, TI strength owned Peloton and Zoom and Netflix because the market at that time, those were the strong names, right? During 2020, those were the only names that were strong. If anyone was trading during the kind of that pandemic collapse, they were going for a lot of stuff. But if you look at, right, so this is March 2020, right? If you go to Zoom and you go to March 2020, right, that thing's obviously in a downtrend now. But if you go to March 2020, right, in this area, get my drawing tool, right, that's in an uptrend. Right, so that's all I look at. Not all I look at, right? So I've got that trend MACD play that's interesting. We've got these MA cross buy and sell signals. So these are basically a short-term moving average crossing over a long-term moving average. It's the 13 EMA. I can put these up here. And again, I don't think there's anything magic to these individual numbers. The shorter term, you go with your moving average crossovers. The more signals you'll get, the longer term you'll go after the less signals and probably a little bit higher quality. Let's make that. It's supposed to be a 50. We'll save. Okay. Right. So you can see on the CBIO, we just had a cross up yesterday. There's some bugs that have to kind of be worked out here, but a lot of these are having this moving average crossover. We have that not only for the daily chart, but we've got it broken down to all these different time frames. So we have 15-minute and 5-minute of each one for you day traders if you're interested in these moving average crossovers on a more intraday basis. For me, I'm a swing trader, so I generally stick with the longer one. Another one that gives you good, relatively strong names is just our bull flag scanner. Right, everything you see in this scanner, I hate that. I gotta change that. Has some kind of upward move and then some consolidation. Right, AEP is probably a better example. Right, strong up move and then sideways consolidation. That's a good way just to make sure that the benefit of trading like a bull flag or a bear flag is it's going to keep you in the direction of the trend. That's why I think they're such popular patterns. And in the long run, it's why I think they work, is because you're not fighting the market, right? There's no heroes, right? There's no heroes to be had, people battling the market. The trend is your friend until the bend in the end, is the saying. CVBF question: what do I think of this? It gapped over it. So for me, I look at this, and this is where I really like candlestick analysis, is because when I zoom over it, there's a whole bunch of topping tails in this area. Call it like 24, 25. Every time we get up there, this is just showing me that there's a seller that's kind of pushing it back down. So for me, I want to see a close in this area. And that's basically just because we haven't been able to. We've never been able to close for more than like this day here. Um, we haven't really been able to close in that area. So, technically speaking, following the algorithm, right? You would have gotten filled right here, which was the entry price. Um, Buying stocks on the way down, I guess there's nothing wrong with it as long as you have a plan and a stop. But for me personally, I just want to see a close up in this area. It's one of those things, if I see a stock that can't do anything for a long period of time, it can't close over an area, it can't break a level or something, I'm just going to sit and I'm going to wait for that to occur as a signal to say, okay, the way I see all of those topping tails is there's a large institution or trader or something that is basically every time we break 24 is selling us. Like we've had a close over it there, but then the next day it was lower. And then we had a gap and a close here, and then the next day it traded lower. So it feels to me like there's some institution or fund or something that's working a large sell order over that price. So if we can hold over that price, that's great. So that's just what I want to see. Again, hopefully what that signifies is that the guy's gone. He's like, "Okay, I'm done. I've sold my 100 million shares of this company and it's time to go." The benefit of this stock is it's a slow mover, right? So it's great stock for new trader. Um Yeah, so for new traders, you're not going to get hurt, right? It's the algorithm picks these, right? It's not me, but from here to here is $2, right? So that's a big move for $2. So I don't, it's a regional, it's a commercial bank, right? So they're not going to do anything that's going to double the price, and they're not going to do anything that's going to half the price, hopefully, right? But for me, that's what I'm waiting for is a close up there. A couple that I didn't like. I missed this FTS. I had my order down here to try to get a snapback on Monday. Didn't get it. Uh, it's fine. Uh, Waiting for this one. I do like this one here. And the main reason is that anytime you see this yellow line on the chart, that means it's earnings. So whatever they report it for earnings, I don't need to know. And right? Big pop up. So you don't need to be a CFA to know that whatever they reported on earnings is good. So for me, I really like that we're fighting this $16. It's the same thing, topping tails up at that $16. So if we can get above that, maybe. Uh, does look a little bit extended, but that's actually something I'm trying to train myself out of because a lot of the TI strength stuff looks a little bit extended just to my eye, but it continues to just smoke the market. So I think that's just a personal thing I have to get over. I will say that in this market, it has been way harder than most to find stuff that has relative strength that's not just oil and gas. And it's mainly because if you go through the uh, the ETF here, and I have this as my ETF watcher. There it is. All right, you can see XLE in position in 20-day range. So I'm just sorting it by the stuff that's strongest in the last 20 days. Right. XLE, USO, right? Oil and gas is and resources the thing that's strong. So again, TI strength won't always be like that, but it's it's what's working. So I'm gonna stick with it. Uh, if you are a TI subscriber, do you get the TI strength alert? Yeah. Yeah. So if you click on the channel, I showed it there briefly. I'll do it again here. So if you just click on the channel, part of what will load up, there you go, will be this welcome screen. But what this is the email that you get. So this gets updated on the weekend. The email actually goes out on Sunday. This will definitely be done, has to be done before the email goes out. Just the way that I do it, I put everything together and I huck it in here, and then the email gets sent out. So sometime on the weekend, you get access to this as well. Generally speaking, on Saturday, we'll go from there. So yeah, so you get access to that. Pops up in there every single, yeah, every single week, and it's the same email that goes out to everyone else. But then on top of that, right, you get all access to all this stuff as well, where it updates way more frequently. The TI strength alerts are made by you, right? Not the AI. Not the AI, but I don't pick the stocks, if that's what you're saying. It's purely algorithmic, right? So I don't decide what goes as well, right? So it's not the AI, it's this algorithm right here, right? So so just to confirm, no, you just go check the channel and it will be there for you. You don't you get access to the email through the actual product itself. And you get it first. Not that it matters because it's the weekend and everything's closed, right? I'll try it. Oh, cool. Again, always you should do them. Any trading style, any trading idea, it should be because this is something that you like and it's something that you agree with and it's something that makes sense to you, right? Um, you know, y- the market will separate people from their money, you know? Um, it's just the way it works. Like, so you need to understand that, even though it's doing well now, that there will be times that any strategy won't work, right? If you're looking for something that's always going to make you money, invest in some bonds and some dividend yielding stocks and never ever look at the market, right? There's no system out there that will always work, right? So you just got to understand that there's periods of time that this will suffer like anything else. So it's very important that whatever you do is something that's like internalized that makes sense to you. Um, because yeah, it's one of those things that like you need to have um I don't know, the confidence maybe is the word to when the drawdowns happen, um, uh, that you understand that, yeah, this is the system. This is, it's going to have its moments. It's going to have its drawdowns. These are what the drawdowns look like, and this is generally when they occur, and all that kind of stuff, just to make sure that you're, um, there's this thing that happens where people like chase the dragon. I'm trying to find the words here, but they like they have they follow XYZ system and it works for a little bit and then it has a drawdown. Like every trader and every system and everything. And then they jump and they say, "Okay, well that's not working this week or this month or in this last 2 months. So let me just jump over to this system and let me play with that." And then let me jump over to this system and then let me play with that, and they just keep repeating this, hey, I'm going to be a day trader, and then I day trade for a while and maybe it works out well and then it doesn't. You go, okay, let me go over here and then let me go over to here and let me go, and there will be months of time where TI strength, like any other thing else, just doesn't produce, right? um it's why there's a few things that are interesting is to uh to make sure that you're diversifying in your systems. Like I trade a couple different systems, things like that. Um, but the more you chase, I think one of the funniest ways I've heard it described was my days at the prop firm, and one guy kind of described new traders as 5-year olds playing soccer, right? Where there's no plan, they're just chasing the ball, right? So they'll go on Twitter and they'll say, "Oh, what's okay? AMC is a thing that people are talking about. Let me get into that." And okay, now it's crypto and NFTs, and let me get into that. And then right, they're constantly chasing this ball around, right? Whereas you'll see a seasoned trader has like a thing that they do. They've got, hey, I look at anchored view apps, or I use the 10-day moving average, or whatever. They have a thing that they just do, and this is what they're going to do every day. And then they just rinse and repeat that. And that's like the difference between. So that's why I say when you want to try this, that's great. Just understand, there's nothing wrong with having a myriad of systems, but just make sure you're not just like jumping from one thing to the other thing to the other thing to the other thing to the other thing, right? It ends up being you end up mastering nothing, right? If you end up just kind of popping all over the place. Is the ETF tracker standard? Yeah, that's just a standard top list. So I built this um, the symbol list myself. You can just Google common ETFs. But yeah, this is just a basic top list that basically any scan within Trade Ideas except the Market Explorer, you can just push it to a symbol list. So this is my personal ETF list. So then this scan is only going to look for things that are on this personal ETF list. So this is all very, very standard stuff that Trade Ideas does a great job at. So you can just like, so I can sort it. I can say, okay, well, what's up the most today? Well, silver's up the most today. And then what's down the most today? Oh, it's ARK. Does that surprise anyone? And KWeb, which is Chinese internet. Oh, that doesn't shock anyone either, I don't think. But then I've just got all of these different filters so that I can go, okay, well, what's the highest in 2 years? Well, that's XLE and DBC, which is just a commodities ETF. Cane, soybeans, XLU, all that kind of stuff. Right, I can go 5 days. I can go today. Right, all kinds of just to see whatever's going on in the market there. So, question. Talking about ETFs, what's your opinion about them? Are they safe to trade compared to stocks? Well, um, yes, this is standard ETFs, yes, for sure. Triple and quadruple and volatility driven ETFs and that kind of stuff. I think they're fine for short term trades, but I've seen a handful of them kind of implode. So I wouldn't hold them for really any length of time. Now, are they safer to trade instead of stocks? Yes, but and that's the thing with trading is everything's going to be like a is going to have a but to it. They move less, so there's going to be pros and cons to that, right? It means you'll make less when you're right, but you'll lose less when you're wrong, right? So there's always that back and forth. There's always that exchange of, if I'm trading like low float penny stocks, when I'm right, I'm going to make a bunch of money. When I'm wrong, I'm going to lose a bunch of money. And that can be mitigated through position sizing and things like that. But, right. So it's not like it's any better to trade one thing over the other. But if you want kind of slow and steady, you can do that. So instead of trying to pick a basket of gold stocks to buy, if you're bullish on gold, you could just buy the gold ETF. Uh, you know, um, for example, AEP that I talked about a few times that I like the chart on is a utility. So if I think that the utilities are going to go up, I could just buy the XLU, right? Which is the utility ETF, and then I get a diversified basket of utilities. USO, for example, we said that everything in PI strength is an oil play, so you could just buy the oil ETF. Nothing wrong with doing any of that. Again, you just have that trade off that if I pick the right oil name, maybe I'll make 10%, where if you pick the oil's direction best, maybe you'll make 5%, as opposed to everything else, right? Um, so it's 50-50, right? You're going to make or you're going to lose less. Another question on ETFs. I see your question we'll look at in a second, but leverage ETFs dangerous for intraday trading? Not intraday. Well, again, so whether something is dangerous or not dangerous is all about your position size, right? You should always be risking a very small fraction of your account on any given trade, right? It should be, 0.5%, 1%, right? It's, you got $100,000 account, you don't risk more than, a couple $100 on any given trade. So what you're trading shouldn't really matter, right? Because you're always calculating your risk. You know exactly where you're going to get out when you're wrong before you get in any trade. All of this stuff is just really, really basic trading. Um, so, what you're going to trade, I don't think really matters that much, right? Um, It's just whatever works with your trading style. So a leveraged ETF, you're going to have to put down less buying power to achieve those risk numbers. So say you're risking $500 on any given trade. If you're using a leveraged ETF, you're going to have to commit less buying power, but your risk is going to be the same, right? Because the thing just moves more, right? Something that moves less, to get that same risk amount, you're just going to allocate more buying power to it. Um, so again, it really doesn't matter. The only thing I get concerned about with these leveraged ETF, and what is it? LABU, I think, is a good example. I'm wrong with this one. Someone will know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this, right? A lot of these are naturally decaying in nature. VXX is a great example, right? This thing never traded at $200,000 per share. But what happens is, just because this is a naturally decaying asset, because it holds a naturally decaying asset, um, that's why I say you just want to hold these for a shorter period of time, because a lot of them, depending on what's in them, are going to be naturally decaying. But I'll trade the VXX or UVXY or something like that. UVXY, right? Same kind of thing. But there's nothing wrong with trading these things, but you just got to know that over time, these things are designed to collapse like that. I don't know if you got the cloud link. You can let me know. I don't know what Zach's bounce scan is, but how you would optimize any scan, I'll just grab anything so we can use it as an example, is you figure out what the idea is behind that scan, and then what you're going to do to what you think is most important to it, right? So um, no, these are all ones that need symbol lists. Let's just look at this one. Backtest, right? So you can go through the backtester, but then you have to know what's the idea behind the scan. What is it that the scan actually looks for, right? What's the comprehension there? And then you have to go through and you have to scan and you have to backtest that particular scan. Yeah, I know it's on Barry's homepage, but I don't know what the point of the scan is, right? Which, if you're using, I'm sure you understand better than me. So, for example, um, if it's a revision to the mean play, you may want to look at indicators that help with revision to the mean. You may want to say, what does the RSI have to do with it? Or what do the Bollinger Bands have to do with it? Or something like that. If it's a trend continuation play, you're going to look at trend continuation kind of things, right? It's very scan specific. There's just no, if there was a cookie cutter way to do it, that would be, we wouldn't even need the AI, right? We would just hit, this is how you optimize something, and then you're done for life. Just make sure that you understand the process that you're optimizing it, because like I've mentioned a few times already on the stream, everything doesn't work at some point. It's just the nature of the market. Whatever you're doing at some point will get figured out by the market and won't work. So it's very important that you make sure that you go through that process, because when it stops working, you will have to go through the same process and say, okay, XYZ stopped working. Let me go back through and make some changes. And because I know that, say, the RSI is very important to the scan, because I understand the rationale behind the scan, then let me go and look at the RSI numbers, right? So it's going to be whatever is the scan is based around, whatever the most important part of the scan is. um, and that's why, again, it's very important that whatever you do is you kind of your own thing. If only it was just as easy as grabbing someone else's scan and optimizing them. What kind of position size and stops you use? Well, your stop should be right. If you're ever entering a trade without immediately knowing where your stop's going to go, then you're gambling. The market will take your money at some point. It's just an inevitability, and right? Without sounding like a jerk, it's like you deserve it, right? This isn't a game that we're playing. This is, this is serious. So you got to have the stop first, right? And that has to be based off your written and tested trading plan. If you don't have a written and tested trading plan, again, you're gambling. The market will take your money at some point. So your plan may say something like, okay, my stop is going to go at the 10-day low. So say you're going to buy it here. That's part of your plan, and your plan is the 10-day low. So then what you do is you calculate whatever that distance is. Let's say it's, I don't know, $10 a share. And then you figure out how many shares to buy by figuring out the size of your account. So say you have a, I don't know, 100K account, and you're going to risk 1% trade, just making these round numbers because I haven't gotten my coffee into me yet. It's sitting here getting cold. So you're risking $1,000 per trade, right? And you're saying, okay, well, I'm risking 10 points on this trade. And this 10 points, again, comes from your written and tested trading plan. You're saying I'm risking $1,000 in any trade, so I'm gonna take 100 shares. And I did that all nice and round, again, just because. But that is the calculation that does each and every time you go through. And each and every time you take a trade, you do this math. Now, the beauty of it is Brokerage Plus will do the math for you. If you want to hook up your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade to Brokerage Plus, where you can set up something where you can say, hey, I want to put the stop at an average true range away from where it is now. And you click a button and it will calculate, and I want to risk $1,000, and it will calculate all that for you. But if you're not going to do that, then that's how you have to do it yourself. You have to calculate that. I'm buying it here, I'm selling it here, and then away you go. And I want to stress that because that's the most important part of trading. And that's not even my opinion. You could be right 90% of the time. And if you have shit risk management, you could lose money. Or you could be right 40% of the time, which most traders are in that kind of like 50-50 area. And with the correct risk management, make money. Right. So it's just very important that you're understanding how important that is, and you never place a trade until you have a system like that in place. The bounce.
Hey, Michael, can I pop in here?
Yeah.
Okay, because so Echo is asking about how we would optimize that bounce play from Zach. Okay, first of all, I would never optimize it. All I'm looking for are the ideas. Okay, if probably just like this one, I mean, I talk about my 10-day daily breakdown. If I tried to optimize it, it would probably be terrible. I don't even try. All I want are the ideas from it, and then I can make up my mind. That particular bounce play today, because of the nature of what's happened in the market today, we'll probably have a lot more than normal, but we may only get 5 or 6 a day. In which case, I just want to click on the alert and I want to see what's happening, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. This is not something, in my opinion, that you can even optimize. I mean, you can try. And as I know you're a big optimizer, Michael, and backtester, but there are some scans that I've got. I just want the idea from the scan, and if I tried to optimize it, it probably would look terrible. And then, in theory, I'd say, well, I guess I shouldn't use that scan. No, 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 no. I want the ideas, and then I can make up my mind.
Well, and I wouldn't even say that some, I would say a lot of, and that's why I was kind of preaching that you need to know the origins and the idea behind the scan, because I would say most scans cannot be optimized. And it's one of those things that the dirty word for any statistician like me is curve fitting. And that's basically like saying, this is an example I always use where, if I want to find the average height of a man in Canada, and I go outside the basketball court and I start to poll people as they come out, right? My average height is going to be incredibly wrong. And that's why the people think if I'm going to get a scan, which is just a collection of data, and I'm going to try to optimize that in a kind of a mechanical robotic way, you're going to get something that's going to look good on paper and it's going to perform absolutely awfully. That's why I kept saying it's very important. You know the concept of the scan, and maybe you tweak those values. So, for example, he's saying it's an oversold scan. So let's just say it primarily uses RSI. I don't know, but and that's how he defines oversold. I would go in and I would optimize it and say, okay, well, let me run a back test and then let me change the oversold number a couple ways and then run a back test again. But that's assuming that it's something that can be even optimized to begin with. So it's very,
Right.
very important. A lot of people equate a good equity curve in the back tester with a strategy that will be good in real life trading. And it just, those things do not equal, for again, that nasty curve fitting word, right? So um that's why it's like you have to build it yourself, and it's not a good answer. I wish it wasn't the answer, but it is the answer, where you have to say, I know the stop loss placement, the profit target placement, when I should exit, and what the idea behind the scan is before you can even think of turning something into an algorithm. Because this whole, I'm going to build a pretty equity curve and then I'm going to start trading, that just will never work. So you're better off just not even doing it. And the last bit of
Right.
advice that I will give is that if in its raw form, you back test it and it sucks, then don't even bother optimizing it. Because what's going to happen is, again, you're just curve fitting something that sucks as an automated strategy. Um, so that it's you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Like, the best strategies that I've ever made, the ones that I use personally, the ones that are in the AI, when they have 5,000 plus trades in them, they still are profitable in a back test. And then so then I can feed it to the AI, and what it's doing is it's trying to take something that's already a good strategy, but it's trying to take those 5,000 trades and try to figure out the next 100 that are going to have the best outcome. But if you take something and you back test it, and it just, like, the line is just down and to the right, right away, then the more you try to optimize that, the more you're wasting your time, and you're kind of messing with all of these. You're not going to turn out to, it's not going to be good, right? You're not, because the way I describe it is you're doing a sculpture, right? You've got your big piece of stone, and if your outline of, if you were to do a sculpture, and the outline, the overall figure looked stupid, well, then, like, really fine tuning the eyebrows on it isn't going to make it look good. Might be another way
Right.
to word it.
Right. Good one. Good one. Yeah. So anyway, the bottom line again is that most of the scans that I've got don't give very many alerts. So that's why I just want to see what the alert is. Then I can check. For instance, I mean, if I get an alert from something and then I check and I see, oh, the 200-day moving average is just above it, I'm not going to take the trade. So if I were going to try to, as you say, optimize it, that would not turn out to be a great trade. But what if it does take out the 200-day moving average a little bit later? Turns out to be a good one. So all I care about, give me the alert. Want to check it out on the daily, weekly, and monthly because I'm typically a momentum trader, and then I'll make up my mind if I want to trade it. I've actually tried to just for fun optimize the 10-day daily breakdown, which is probably my favorite scan. It looks terrible, absolutely terrible, but I would never get rid of it, because I want the alerts. We don't get 100 or 200 alerts though all day long that I have to sift through them and try to figure out, well, I wonder which ones could be the good ones. I'm probably only getting about 5 or 6. And if two of them work, fantastic. That's all I care about. So hopefully Echo that kind of answers your question a little bit.
Well, yeah, and that's, so to summarize, it's like a there is scans and then there's algorithms, and they're two different things, right? A scan is something that you're then going to feed through another filtering mechanism, right? Which is your brain, right? So you're just saying, hey, show me all of the data, and I'm going to filter it myself just through my brain. And then an algorithm is something that you're basically saying, hey, all the filtering is done. I just want to see the cleaned up output. And they're two different things. And I really think you have to start from two different places. One is here's something that I noticed that makes sense to me. And then yeah, you're filtering it by right. You're looking at longer term charts. You're keeping an eye on what the market's doing. If the market's ripping, you're not going to be right. So there's all of these filters that you're putting on whatever comes out in place before you decide to make a trade. Whereas if you're
Exactly.
optimizing something, you're saying, hey, that output has to be completely done. So you can't, you can't merge the two, right? They're just different things.
Hmm. Yes, and I'm looking at the SIGA right now, SIGA. Okay. Michael, do you want to take off, or you can keep talking if you want?
No, I should probably go walk the dogs for the marketing meeting. It's
Okay.
finally nice out here. You guys always get
Finally,
better weather
Michael.
than I do
My gosh,
anyway.
we had such a terrible cold. It's only in the last week or so that it's finally kind of warmed up here. So,
Well,
yeah.
we got a frost warning tonight, so
Well,
we still might be in it, but at least it's good while the sun's out, so I'm going to enjoy it.
exactly. Okay, my friend, we'll probably catch you in about an hour.
All right, I'll talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in the room, and let me just get my music going. Oh, I was talking to Michael, Vicky, in the other room, so it wasn't, and it's hardly a lunch break. It's a rest from it's a resting vocal cords break. That's what it really is. All right, guys, this Siga is still kind of wanting to take out 950 in a big way, but not quite, not quite. Oh, I always have to explain everything to you, Vicky. All right, guys, what else is happening? Boy, this Pubmatic, I saw this one right around here, this 1880 mark, and it's just moving down. Gap, that was a gap down and go. Actually, I'm getting pretty impressed by the gap continuation or reverse scanner. I wasn't sure what would happen once we're out of earnings season because most of the things that we saw over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks that I've had it up and running were earnings plays. But man, oh man, we're just getting a lot of. So in other words, it hasn't been so totally dependent on earnings, which is really good. I will keep at it. I mean, the CTRN, my goodness, that was a great gap down and reversal. Now this happens to be an earnings play, but yeah, well, Zach, you certainly called that bounce, and that bounced for the whole hour. I mean, there it started at there's that first candle, and that was an hour, and then it faded after that. But man, what a great bounce in that hour. Yeah, this SIGA is a tough one, guys. I mean, it's yeah, a war of nerves right now. I am really wanting it, but all right, let's take a look at this Brookline BRKL. This came in my 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 1367. It actually popped up a little bit. Let's see if it takes it out again. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Trading 8 times normal, the 800,000 shares, but it may not be dynamic enough. What a bounce, yeah, for pins though. What a bounce. I mean, it followed the market, but it is not dropped like the market has. So very interesting. Well, it's okay. Shady is talking about 1748. Just put an alert there. I'll put an alert around 1747 and see what happens. Yeah, it's sort of basing. But if it took that out, it's very possible that it could have that drop. And of course, it fell all the way down to almost 16. So that'd be awesome. All right, Beyond Meat. Do I do it again? Let's see now. What's the low down here? Is 2233. Oh man, there's a SIGA again. Boy, this is a boy. It just popped up again. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Is this it? Yeah, that might be. How are the other ones doing? CMRX. Are they all popping? Not yet. Yeah, I see the GovX is that was a nasty one. That was really nasty. That looked pretty darn good. Taking out that VWAP or the 200-day, should say. I guess it held the VWAP, kind of. Yeah, it held the VWAP. Took out the 200-day. Looked really good for a bit. So I'm still a little confused about this GovX. Is it a monkeypox play still, or is it just a cancer play? I mean, I know today it was a cancer play, but before we used to call it a monkeypox play, so I don't know. My sound alerts are turned off. Yes, they are. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, good thing. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. You would make a good detective. Meanwhile, Snap, guys, Snap is making another new low, I think. Yeah, Snap is just making another new low. Oh, it's Siga, come on. Yes. Okay. Now, for how much of a yes, I don't know. Oh yeah, CTRN was unbelievable. You know, this turned out, I mean, this was really a little bit choppy, but man, oh man, this SWTX turned out to be a great one also from the scan. 3411, 3239 now, right from that 10-day daily breakdown. So that's what I was saying, Echo, if you're still here, if I optimize this, if I did a back test on this 10-day daily breakdown, which I have in the past, it would look terrible. Just terrible. But do I care? No, because I want to get the alerts from it, and then I make up my mind how I want to trade them. The reason being is that when you're optimizing, you have to figure out a hold period, a stop, all sorts of things, and no, it just wouldn't optimize well. But does that mean I don't want to use it because it wouldn't optimize well, as Michael was saying? No, no, no. It gives me some great ideas, as the program is called. Now, if I had 100 showing up every day, it'd be useless. This is actually, because of the market, I guess today, this is actually quite a few. But typically, I would say I get maybe, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 alerts a day, which is perfectly fine. Well, the fantasy level certainly would be up around 1040 for Sega. I mean, I'm looking at that, the pre-market. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Oh, I didn't realize this is an earnings play today, guys. CSIQ, Canadian Solar, is an earnings play. Interesting. It's really kind of traded on its own. Hasn't really reacted, other than that first candle. It really hasn't reacted to what the market has been doing today. That is the CSIQ. Now, the GovX is one of those ones that later on in the day it could explode. Taking out again that three probably has to take out that high right there. But it's one of those ones that could explode. Assuming it can remain near the high of the day. All right, so Shady was talking about pins around that 1747 level as perhaps an area to short. And just, yeah, there you go, Shady. Well, let's reset the alert and see if it takes it out again. Echo, are you still around? Echo in our YouTube room, are you still around? Maybe not. Look at Neon, guys. Neon. What is it doing and why? Neon, not an earnings play. Not very much volume, sorry. Didn't realize that. I mean, relative volume is very high, but not very much volume. So I'm going to forget about it. You too, Dak. It's exactly why. No, it didn't have earnings, but they put out a horrible guidance. Had earnings on it has earnings. It's already had its earnings play. Next earnings is in July, but it had basically put out a terrible guidance, sort of an updated guidance. They must have guided. I don't know exactly when their earnings play was. 3 months before that. but they've updated their guidance and it doesn't look good. So it's not an earnings play per se, but it may as well be. Shocking guidance cut. So we do some math. So they probably had earnings around April 21st, okay? And so when they released, let's just say it was around April 21st, and so they had some kind of a guidance figure for the upcoming quarter. They are now cutting it huge in a huge way. So that is the reason. And that has caused most of these social stocks, media stocks to collapse, like the PINS, same thing. No, SIG is still trying. SIGA is still trying. My patience, but seriously, it is trying. All right, guys, SIGA, come on, take out 10. That would be awesome if it could somehow. Sort of, but I mean, look at the 5 minute. I mean, the trend is up, obviously, higher lows. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Snap is that, you think all of the, well, bad news, not necessarily bad news, but I mean, you had the earnings April, okay, drop, drop, drop. Now you're just sort of sitting here thinking, oh, well, whatever. And then they come out with just the guidance. I mean, like horrible guidance, superseding the guidance that they must have released in April when they had their official earnings report. And that's a tough one, because you can't control that. You can't say, well, I don't want to hold through earnings. Great, you're not holding through earnings, but then they come up with this. So in essence, it's an earnings play. All right, what do we got here? So nothing. I think the actually tech is, no, it has not rallied. Let's just take a look for fun at what happened, the sector change. Now this is the change from the open. See if we have anything dramatically different. remember virtually. So you can see energy, when we looked at the change from the close 10 minutes before the market opened, every single energy play was down from yesterday's close. Bit of a change now. About 50% of them are above the open. So it means doesn't mean they're above yesterday's close. It just means they're above the open. But really nothing else. I mean, look at this. Technology was almost probably about the same. Communications, maybe a few more are above the open, but really, utilities again, the flight to so-called safety with dividend-bearing stocks. Yeah, for me to get into GovX again, it's probably going to have to get up to about the 310 mark. I want to see it really clear. I'd say 309 or so. I want to see it really clear $3. Still have to contend with the high of the day, 339, but that wouldn't be too bad. 309 if it could get close to 339. Man, this SIGA, guys, this SIGA, if it can, boy, could it do it? Could it take out 10? I mean, of course it could. SPRC is alive again. Let's take a look at SPRC. Oh, on the short side, though, no shorts available for me. See, look at the GovX. I just want to look at the volume. I mean, there was a nice little volume pop here, but look how the volume is decreasing on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, it's the only reason I have a 2-minute chart up really is just to show, volume pops. And I mean, look at the volume decreasing. So, I mean, there still isn't this enthusiasm for this one. As opposed to you can kind of see, I mean, there was a nice volume pop, of course, on the two, but you can kind of see now, what time is it? 1:30. So this one still has a minute left, but you can kind of see how the volume was increasing on the 2-minute chart as opposed to, just falling off. Oh, I don't know, Echo. I mean, you can go, I use the two. I mean, you could use, I never go anything less than a one. That's just personal, right? I mean, I have a 5 minute chart here also and a 15. So I'm also looking at the volume here, but this can be the start of it. I just don't go anything less than a 2 minute chart. We had somebody unsubscribe from us the other day thinking because we didn't have 24-second charts. Oh man. No, I'm not kidding. It's just personal. Wow, the market is just flattened out, guys. We are now about an hour of kind of flattening right out. All right, I've taken some off of this Siga, guys. I just have my doubts it's going to take out of that. It's going to take that 10 out. Got all the way up to 997, I believe. 997. So I have my doubts it's going to take 10 out. So I've taken quite a bit out of the Siga now. I mean, it may do it later, but yeah, TRD, don't ask me. But I think somebody signed up either for the test drive or just took out a subscription and found out we didn't have 24-second charts or something and said, give me my money back. Okay. Oh yeah, if it works, but I'm not going to say don't. Look at this CTRN. I mean, what an amazing gap down and reverse. I mean, it's still got some legs here. I mean, it takes out 30. The next high is what, 31.21. Right, so the pins did not, I mean, it sort of triggered, but I don't know if you took the short shady, but I still got my alert down here at that 1746 mark and see if it giving it up. It's kind of flattening out just like the SPY. All right, guys, so I'm gonna get rid of my announcement. I'm obviously back. Yeah, another low for LQDA. This may have been the best one from that scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. It may have been because of the percentage move from 409 all the way down to 338. It's not quite an all-time low. Not quite an all-time low. All right, let's see this urban, guys. Now, probably some support around 1816. Earnings play tomorrow after hours. I'm sorry, after the market closes today. I mean, does anybody think that we're going to have good earnings? Urban Outfitters? Or how about a good reaction to earnings? I don't have that one. Must be a filter blocking it. Fresh or SH? Oh, it's out of the. I don't have relative volume. Wondering why it's not showing up. So correct number of shares. Interesting. It's not showing up on your scan. Not for me. For me, it's not showing up. Wonder what's blocking it. I haven't changed. 2 and 50, 400,000 shares. 2-minute range is 15 cents. Price is down 3% from the close. RSI no more than 50. I don't think I've changed anything. 2-minute, I think it's 15 cents. Unless you changed it. That's what I've got still. Ah, okay. I didn't change this. You must have changed it since I ever. The only thing I think I changed was up or reducing the volume. Or I think I had upped it. Then you suggested I move it back. Now that's a nice one, Larry. Best Buy long. I like to see that. You know, zero reaction to earnings. I mean, nice pop in the pre-market up to 80 and right back down to 68. So crazy action here. I don't know how much volume that was, but you would have thought, I would have thought of, some of these retailers that would have been hit. I would have thought Best Buy would have been hit just because, large, like big ticket items, and people are really not stocking up on the big TVs and things like that right now, as far as I can read, or learn. But so it's interesting that, yeah, BBY is doing well. I mean, well, it's not basically flat. All right, guys, look at GovX. So it's not challenging 3 right now at all. And the SIG is starting to fall. So right now I'm in nothing. Sort of watching the urban. Maybe that's a pop up. Maybe kind of watching the urban. Problem is that it looks like there's support not that far away. So I just forget about that one. All right, Smith and Wesson, SWBI. Sort of keeping an eye on that 20 SMA and the EMA or 10 SMA, the 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It popped into it, came back down. Issue is maybe right there. It might not be enough room for it to really rock down. What did Dino do, guys? I kind of lost sight of Dino. This is the trade of the week. Yeah, so what was the trigger? 47 something, right? So it did trigger, but it hasn't really done much. Is that correct? You mentioned this one earlier, Zach, right? Potential buyout or something like that, or discussing alternatives. RXT, RXT. All right, guys. Well, if you're trying to short something right now, you're going against the market. So my guess is maybe some of these bounce plays are starting to work. There's the Perry. As long as the market keeps moving here, this Perry could have a little bit of a bounce in it. Looks like there's room in theory to, well, there's the high, 1763 on the 15, maybe to 1782, assuming the bounce continues in the market. If it doesn't, all bets are off. And that is the PERI. Last time I saw Carnival, it was just sinking. Yeah, I mean, this was just sinking, sinking, sinking. Selling unit chatter, okay. Well, okay, guys, here's Kang. Now, this one dropped, well, it had a big pop yesterday. The big drop, like a lot of stocks in the market, still is negative, but it is over this 3 mark. And of course, when you look left, it's got a ton of room to the 380 mark. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but now the 200-day is also, well, that's far enough away. So it's over the VWAP, 294, 200-day moving average at 346, and it's not a crazy low float. Well, it looks like that's it for the SIGA guys, SIGA. Well, Perry on a bounce is not really bouncing, not yet anyway. Yeah, little sliver of green here, sliver. Yeah, that's a good point, Larry. I'm sure just like the airliners, a huge, huge component of their costs. Look at Jets, just for fun. Let's see what Jets is doing. And yeah, look at this. I mean, look pretty optimistic, for a few, well, reasonably optimistic for a few months. But ever since, well, actually June of last year. But look at this month right here. All right, Urban. Well, I just don't think there's enough room. I'd like to take this, but 1817 looks like there's pretty good support. So I think now famous last words. So interesting to see what happens to the reaction to its earnings play after hours. Is LVLU a short squeeze? Well, let's take a look. Well, first of all, I don't see enough in the short float unless, I mean, I don't know if that's what our provider has, 4%. I wouldn't call it a short squeeze, not necessarily. Good though. I mean, it's 85%. It's almost an all-time high, but it's not like there's a ton of shorts. 4% is not a lot. But it's actually pretty good today. What's the volume like? LVLU, what is the volume like? Yeah, it's not a lot of volume. I mean, it's 6 times normal, but it's had a great, it's had a great bunch of days here. Certainly running counter to the market. I'm sure Lululemon loves the fact they call themselves Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings. Wonder how they got away with that. So short growth would be this. Let's just say, for argument's sake, excuse me, the float rate, the short float right now is 4%. If it went up to 8%, that would be 100%, right? Short growth, as an example, just to make the math simple. So it's the increase or decrease in the last short float percent. That remember, this gets updated every 15 days or so. This is kind of a universal thing. So the short growth, if it's negative, means that there is covering, and if it's positive, that means more shorts are coming in. That makes sense? It means it's growing. That number is growing. The percent is growing. So, Rebecca, does that make sense? Okay, good. Now, it could be really skewed. I mean, going from 4 to 5% looks like a big percentage, right? But it's only 4 to 5%. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start soon, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at that Siga. That was an awesome short. I did not take it. That was an awesome short. Yeah, the WKME, I was actually looking to short this. It came in my, well, I could have done it both ways. It came in my 10-day daily breakdown at 8:32, and it got down to 8. And the first alert for the bounce was at 8:32, and then the next one was at 8:11. Right there, you can see, I'm sorry, you can see in Zach's hand. By the way, guys, we do have a promo code now. So a new promo code. So you want to get 25% off. Let me just put that code in. I want to make, well, I'm sure it's working. So just give me a moment here. That's why I was saying, hold off. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, here is my home page. Here's my home page. And here's the promo code you can use. Okay, so you can get 25% off now, okay? Here's the promo code you can use. Go to my home page. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything other than that big drop by Sega. That was could have made it both ways, but definitely better on the downside in terms of the speed of the drop. That took a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 3 hours. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes, so I'm talking about there's a SIGA that on the move up, took about 3 hours to get from that level. And now it took about an hour and 15 to get right back to that level and accelerating on the downward. And interesting, and the market is now just flattened out. So we have this nice little run, a little drop, another nice little run. And now the market is flattened out a bit, 241. So I've got another, say, 20 minutes on the mic. Then I'll put myself on mute. Again, I'll always pop back on the mic if I have to. The room will be open till 3:30. No YouTube today. Chris is in. Chris does his go-to webinar on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I will put the link in if you want to head over there. That code should be good until basically it's a Memorial Day. I guess Memorial Day is on Monday. Is that correct for you guys? Let me just check to see. Just got to check the email that went out. Where is it? Just give me a moment. Okay, so wow, it's a long one, guys. It's a long one. June the 6th. June the 6th, Monday, June the 6th. So you've got a lot, you've got some time. Well, corny, but true. What am I talking about? Guys, there's your escalator up for SIGA, and there's your elevator down. I mean, look at this, wiped out everything in half the time, less than half the time. And that's the SIGA. Let's bring it up so you see exactly what I'm talking about. Here's where it kind of started. That took, well, right here, I guess, took about 3 hours to get up here. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess an hour and a half. So about half the time though to wipe it all out. Okay, Vicky, you're right. Thank you. Man. Okay, guys, so you've seen the new promo code. So I'll just brief recap of what you can find on my homepage. Okay, so click on my link, save my link. Lots of information here. Now, of course, you won't use that. You'll use Test Drive 25. Test Drive 25 to get 25% off. I'm going to get that changed. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. So this is a perfect opportunity now to try us out because you don't have to take out an annual. You can take out a monthly. And you say you took out a subscription today, you'd have 30 days and can take out a standard or a premium. You get 25% off the first month. If you do decide you really like the program and you want to upgrade to an annual, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. And if again, in less than a month, you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do it. Now you don't have to. If you want to stay on monthly, that's fine. But there's no mad rush then. I mean, most people want to take out an annual because they want to get the biggest discount possible. Because of course the 25% or the 15% applies to the entire year. On a monthly, it's only the first month, but there's no mad rush then. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you 30 minutes approximately. Okay, there are 10 videos. Please do the Let's Get Started. My homepage also has a link to the Trade of the Week. It is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. That's free. And all the education is here also, okay, including the user guide, big user guide, the daily support session. So again, Chris will not be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. That is a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. They'll resume next week. And the back to basics. If you're new to trading, definitely take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? Look at that SIGA. Holy smokes. Getting crushed now. So, and then of course my scans. All my scans are here in the scan section. Okay, Zach's bouncers and toppers that we talk about a lot. The gap continuation or reverse that we talk about a lot. And then the beauty, the 10-day daily breakdown, which is giving us snap and probably pins coming up. So a lot of, and here's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I've been using a format like this probably for 10 years. Haven't changed it very much. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. And then of course the Let's Get Started, the scans, and the education you can look at any time. Just save my link. Why can you not get to my homepage? What happens when you, so when you click on my link, you're not brought to this page? If you're not, I don't know why you're not, but hmm, I don't know why that would happen. Yeah, I have no idea, Raj, why that would happen. Why would it take you to the accounts section? Anybody else? Can you try my link just to, the home folder? Well, this is a link. There's no home folder. I don't know what you mean by a home folder. When you click that link, that's not a home, that's my home page, yes, but that's just a link. And you're telling me when you click on that link, it takes you to account? Because I'm just doing it now, it takes me right here. So I'm not sure why that would happen. I'm not sure how they can help you either. This is happening to everybody. Just getting a bunch of people saying it works fine for them. You don't even have to be a member of Trade Ideas, to access my home page. That's why it's very strange that it would be doing that. So Raj, I'm not sure. I don't know how anybody can help you. I mean, that means it's taking you to somehow to support and then account management. I just don't see how that's possible. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I have no idea why that would be happening. If we're happening to a lot of people, then I'd have to, figure out something, but it appears that it's just you. Johnny Ringo, great name. Is it a caching issue maybe? I don't know. Like I really, yeah, Tombstone for sure. Yes. Nice call, Shady, by the way, on the pins, the second time. Where it goes from here, let's see if it can take out 17. Really? Cleared the history and the cache. Well, sometimes it's just one of those things, Raj. If he can't, and he is our super technical guy, if he can't help you, I have no idea how to help. I certainly can't help you. This seems crazy though, because you don't have to you don't have to have Trade Ideas loaded or anything. Okay, just go to the, okay, when you click on the link, you should see the scan section right there. If you get to this page, should get to this page, maybe it's just a matter of scrolling down a little bit. Okay, and right here are the scans. Let me know if that worked for you. So you can get to this page, but maybe it's just a matter of scrolling down a bit. Is there a scan you want, Raj? Because I can put the link in to this, if there's one particular one. No, I doubt it'll be customizable this year. Where are we now? May? I doubt it. Excellent call, Shady. I got to tell you, that was an excellent call on the pins. First stab at it, that it popped up over your alert, and then it came back down to that alert area, which was I think 1748, and now look out. And now, yeah, this has been a choppy day, but the only difference though is that at least we had an hour up, we had a flat, another hour up, so you've had some opportunities to play some bounces for at least an hour. Yeah, that's the only way to get in, Raj. Me too. Okay, me too. It's not Shady Scan, Omni. It's just something, he noticed on pins. It's not Shady Scan or anything like that. Yeah, we all have to do that. I have to do the same thing, Raj. It's not like one click and I'm in. It's a pain because, but the thing is, if we made it easier, that means at least what we're trying to do. Before we weren't doing it that way, anybody could come in, which in theory is fine, except we were getting the pretty disgusting things happening in the room. Yeah, you'll see the odd one in our YouTube room that I have to worry about, but even more disgusting. So we made it a little harder. I have to have an email and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, it takes me 10 seconds. Would it be easier if it was just one click? Yes, but it takes me too. So it's not just you. Okay, now walk me, walk me. So that was a good pop, but look at this. I mean, just as you say, flush, 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 all-time low, WKME. This could be really interesting tomorrow. I mean, it's an all-time low. Who's going to step in and buy it other than on the odd little bounce? Oh, look at Beyond. All right, guys, we're getting close to I'm muting myself. So what I'm going to do is just going to put the announcement in. There's no Shady Scan. It's just, It's just that we were, Shady was watching Pins, and we were, of course, Pins was many, many different scans, but it wasn't a scan. He was just watching Pins and saying, okay, up here when it was basing, if it took out 1740, whatever, then that was an idea to short it. Okay, so it's not a scan so much. It's probably had it thumbnailed. I'm assuming Shady anyway. So it's not a scan. Just a matter of following stocks that, of course, are in play all day. And the AMC, oh man, are we going to get single digits finally? No, we got down to 992 a few days ago. Yeah, exactly. Pins is one of the top watches, along with Snap. So, I mean, I'm assuming, here are some thumbnail charts I have, right? So I'm assuming, that's why I have thumbnail charts, so I can, keep an eye on some of the ones that are really moving. And sometimes I set up at certain times during the day. And of course, I will change those charts during the day. Put a new symbol in. If something isn't moving very much, I'll just exchange it for something else that might be moving. Okay, guys, so I am here. So again, I will hop on the mic if I have to. How can you get the new code? It's right here. So there's the code. So all you do is, well, the problem is if you can't go to my home page, it's crazy. Because I was going to say, you go to my home page and then just click on Get Trade Ideas. Try this link. I don't know, maybe try this link. It doesn't make any sense that you can't get to the pricing page. And then, all you have to do is do the purchase of whatever plan you want and type in the code. What is this? Oh, I see. I clicked the wrong thing. There you go. So that's what it would be, and then you just proceed to checkout. So again, when I click on that, I come right here. If you're not getting that, I don't know what to say. There's a way. You can always contact our account department, and but it just seems crazy to me that when you click on a link, you're not being taken to those pages. There you go, Larry. Yeah. So you weren't here. I don't know if you guys were. Some of you were here, and I actually saved it just to, because I had to show it to somebody. The most vile. Well, actually, it wasn't even pornography. It was more written, just unbelievably horrible stuff. So it wasn't video. It was just horrible. It was scary because, it kept coming. It was like a macro. Jado, you'd have to ask. I don't know about renewals, okay? I don't get too involved, but I'll tell you what, the contact support, they'll let you know, okay? I sort of bow out of, I mean, obviously that's good for anybody new. Anybody who is trying to resume, I don't know what the procedure is, but you can ask, okay? Just go to support@trade-ideas.com. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute. Again, I'm here, so if you do have any questions, I will hop on. Yeah, Raj, if you do that, as long as you do it within 30 days. So if you take out a subscription today, just as an example, if you do it by June 23rd, you say, yep, I want to upgrade to an annual, we'll apply the 25%, okay? Hey, Raj, if you're still in the room, here is a link that should work, okay? This is a link that should work. If you're still in the room, it should take you right here. Let me put it in an off topic. Okay, it should take you right here when you click on that link. If that doesn't work, I have no idea how to help. And that didn't work. Okay, just a minute. It just worked 2 seconds ago. Just give me a moment. Here we go. Okay, so that link should work. Just put it one more time. It takes you right to the sign up page. Click on the link, and this is what you should see. Okay, and then you select your subscription. Here's your test drive promo code, select your subscription, and this is what you should see. So that should take you right to that page. If that doesn't take you to the page, I have no idea what is happening on your end. Okay? Yeah, it's good to June the 6th. Yep. Okay, guys, that's it. Now, if you do want to head over to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30, he does a Zoom meeting. Okay, so here is the link. There's a Zoom meeting on Tuesday and Thursday. So there is a link. If you want to head over there, get this into the other room. In our Echo, it's Zach in the main trading room. Okay, Zach in the main trading room. That was his observation. Certainly happened today.
What happened today?
Zach in the room, in the main room, says that approximately 90 to 95% of the time there is a bounce at about 11 o'clock in the market. So
Interesting.
now today it was unbelievable. I mean, it lasted for the whole hour.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, no kidding. So we were able to take advantage of some bounces then. Now, Chris, you're in a YouTube room right now.
I am. I'm going to launch Zoom in a second, but I just want to come in here and say hi.
Oh, okay. Hi.
And
Okay, so I put the Zoom link in there in the main room and also in the YouTube room. So
okay, and then I have a second broadcast that'll start in a second, but I just thought I'd come and check it out for a minute before I launch
Cool.
and see if I can recruit anybody. All right, Barry. I'll talk to you later.
okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. Okay, guys, that's it. We're just talking about you, Zach, and your stupendous call at 11 o'clock saying the market would bounce. Okay. Somebody asked, who said that? All right. Give me a moment here, guys. I got a jumble when I relaunched Trade Ideas. It's a new development version with a kind of an interesting feature that I'm trying to test out. So I'm all jumbled up. I got all sorts of windows open. Okay, that is it. So I'm shutting the room down now. Thanks a lot for all of the help today. What a day. What another unbelievable day. Starting off with Beyond Meat. So I will open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Give me a moment here. I've got one thing I want to add into this script. Okay. Okay, everybody. Yeah. So have a great evening, and we'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye.